A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire, 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go. Firefighters. Presenting Firefighters. The true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll take you to the corner of Clark and Montague, where Tim Collins, rookie fireman, lies on the sidewalk, wrapped up in a blanket to protect him from the after effects of an overdose of smoke and fumes. And beside him lies the talkative watchman of the warehouse, whom Tim has rescued from almost certain death by fire. In a moment, we'll hear what the watchman has to say. But first, a message. Let's go, firefighters! Let's go to the scene of the warehouse fire at Clark and Montague, where you remember Tim Collins, rookie fireman, has been put out of action by smoke and fumes after achieving the rescue of the warehouse watchman. Only a moment ago, Chief Cody ordered the 3rd and 4th call fire companies to return to their firehouses. And as the trucks and engines roll away, he ordered...
1st and 2nd call companies, stand by to overhaul that wreckage.
Battalion Chief Mandeville reporting, sir. Shall I take over now?
All right, Mandeville. I want to get a line on what started this fire.
Well, there's no doubt that the 3rd floor was the point of origin, Chief.
I'm going to question that watchman young Collins brought out of the 4th floor. When your boys overhaul that building, I want them to watch for signs of arson.
Yes, sir. Otherwise, we overhaul as usual?
As usual. Make sure that fire is dead. Rip out any walls or partitions where it might be lurking.
I'll keep a hose company at hand until there's no more danger of another outbreak.
And when you pull out, post a guard to protect this property until the owners take charge. That's all, Mandeville.
Yes, sir. You truckmen, this way. Bring your hooks.
Chief Cody. Huh? Oh, hello, Doctor. How is young Collins coming along?
He had a bad dose of smoke, Chief, but he's first rate now. He'll be ready for duty again tomorrow.
And that watchman, is he ready to talk yet?
He was wide awake and talking a blue streak to young Collins just a minute ago.
Oh, fine. Now maybe we'll get a line on how that fire began.
This way, Chief Cody. I've got them both wrapped in blankets on the sidewalk across the street.
Right here, Doctor? Where's that watchman? All I see is Collins.
Well, He's gone, blanket and all.
You're looking for Napoleon Bonaparte, Doctor?
What's that? Doctor, is this boy still delirious?
I'm all right, Chief Cody. That's his name, honest.
Napoleon Bonaparte.
That's right. That's what he gave me for the medical report, but... Collins, what happened to him? He wasn't in any shape to talk.
Oh, not with that injured leg, sir. It was your assistant, Doctor. They picked him up and the ambulance rolled just after the 3rd and 4th fire companies pulled out.
Huh? Stealing my patient, eh? That man had a bad leg wound. I want to tend to it myself. So long, Chief.
Here, hold on. How about Collins here?
I'll send him home for a good night's rest. If he isn't raring to go in the morning, I'll eat him alive. See you later, Chief.
Well, boy, that's what it is to be young and healthy. Napoleon Bonaparte. I wanted to talk to that fellow, find out where this fire started.
Chief Battalion Chief reporting, sir.
Oh, yes, Mandeville. Any line yet on how that fire started?
No signs of arson, Chief, but it's hard to tell.
The fire floor was thoroughly burned out, huh?
It was, Chief. We can tell the fire got a terrific start, possibly from some type of explosion.
Lucky that building was constructed to be fire-resistant, or the whole business would have collapsed. Perhaps with our men inside.
Yes, sir. But The funny thing is, nothing stored in there was particularly explosive.
Oh, Chief Cody.
As you were, Private, I'm taking this officer's report.
Yes, sir.
Mandeville.
Yes, sir?
Have the salvage squad go over that floor inch by inch.
Right, Chief.
Have them identify every type of substance and material that was stored in that third floor.
Yes, sir. I'll send them in there right away.
Explosion, was it? Well, you don't have an explosion without cause.
Chief Cody, sir. Private Collins reporting.
Yes, Private Collins, but you shouldn't be on your feet.
I got to stand at attention to report, sir.
Well, you can sit at attention, can't you? Yeah, keep that blanket around you now.
Yes, sir.
And make it fast. I've got a fire to investigate.
But Napoleon Bonaparte, I mean the watchman, sir. He told me all about it. He told me while we were lying here.
He did? Well, great clouds of smoke. Why didn't you say so?
Well,
Well, never mind. What did the watchman tell you?
Painters, sir. There were painters working in that floor, and they were supposed to finish the job a week ago.
I understood that whole floor had been closed, practically sealed up for the past week.
Well, yes, sir, waiting for the painters to come back and finish. Nobody's been in there but Napoleon, the watchman, and he said half a dozen cans of paint had been left uncovered, Chief.
Well, why didn't he cover them, if he's the watchman?
Well, he said that was the painter's job, sir, to keep those cans covered. He just didn't realize
didn't realize that fumes were spreading from those paint cans, spreading all through that area, until the third floor of the warehouse was as dangerous as a bomb.
Well, that's the end of my report, Chief Cody. A spark from almost any source was enough to start that fire.
Collins, you've completed my investigation for me, lying here flat on your back on the sidewalk.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, if I... You see, I didn't mean to butt in. Exceed my duty, I mean.
Exceed your duty, Collins? Well, that's one thing no fireman can ever do, because there's no limit to his duty when it comes to preventing or fighting or investigating fire. No, boy, you've done just right.
Second call companies, pick up and pull out. Get back to your quarters.
Here, what are you doing, Collins? Sit down there.
Oh, I'm all right, Chief Cody. See, I can stand. I've got my strength back.
Yes, and where do you think you're going?
Well, the battalion chief just ordered the second call companies back to quarters.
Oh, and you think you're going back to the firehouse with old 3-1s, huh?
Well, that's my company, sir. I've got to show the men I can take it.
No, you don't. Kennedy. Lieutenant Kennedy.
Yes, sir?
Lieutenant, you've got a hard case on your hands here.
Who's that, sir? Young Hooksy Collins?
Young Hooksy?
That's what the boys are calling him, Chief, after the showing he made at his first fire.
Young Hooksy. Boy, that's what they called Ben Collins back in the old days. That's the name we gave your father.
Oh, gee, Well, good grief, I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything, Collins. Actions speak louder than words, you know.
You're in, boy. The men of old 3-1s are behind you solid. Lieutenant, Private Collins is due for a layoff. He's to return to duty sometime tomorrow, at your discretion.
Yes, sir. Collins, you were posted for the second platoon, but there's an opening in the third.
The late night shift, sir? Midnight to morning?
Midnight to 8 a.m. You'll sleep at the firehouse.
Yes, sir.
Report to me at 3-1s tomorrow night, then. And we'll be glad to have you with us. Hooksy?
Oh, yes, sir.
We turn here, driver.
Chief Cody, you shouldn't be driving me home.
Why?
Well, the chief of the whole fire department giving the greenest rookie in the whole fire department a lift home? It isn't right.
Now, Collins. One thing you've got to learn.
Sir, what's that?
You've got to learn not to tell the chief to do this and do that and don't do the other. I've been running this department well enough since you were in knee breeches. Yes, sir, ever since your father was chief in the old days.
I guess I was kind of fresh, sir.
Now, don't take the old man too seriously. Besides, I want to deliver you safe to your mother. It isn't every day Ben Collins' boy rolls to his first fire and does his family proud.
Yeah, well, I've been worrying about that, Chief, about Mom seeing me like this, black as charcoal with a blanket for a cape.
Well, your mother isn't the kind to throw up her hands and fall in a faint at the sight of a little soot.
Yeah, but maybe she'll be worried.
Wait and see, boy. I've been a friend of the family since way back, you know. Wait and see how she takes it when I bring you home.
Gosh, if Mom sees me like this, Chief Cody, all soot and smoke and...
Well, here she is. Good evening, Mrs. Collins.
Why, Bob Cody, it's you, and...
Mom, don't you know me?
Glory be, it's my Tim. Well, Tim, you look like a scarecrow.
It's Tim, all right. home from his first fire.
Is he hurt?
No, Mom.
Hush, boy, if there's smoke in your lungs. Chief, help him over the threshold. The boy's falling asleep on his feet.
Well, it seems that Tim Collins, rookie fireman, is in good hands and safe at home. But the exciting fact is that tomorrow night he is to report to Old 3-1's Hook and Ladder Company 111 for the 3rd platoon. And that means that he will sleep in the firehouse, ready to hit the pole the moment the firehouse call bell rouses his company from sleep. For Tim's experience as a fireman on the late night shift, listen to our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a minute, Chief Bob Cody will tell all you boys and girls how you can help the firefighters in your own hometown. But before you meet Chief Cody, here's something else you want to hear. And now Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all young firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Chief Cody with your special assignment. Attention, firefighters. You are to inspect your home and your family's garage or any other outbuildings for cans of paint. Now check carefully. Be sure the lid of each can of paint is in place. Now if it isn't, put the cover on and fasten it tight. Remember, the fumes rising from a paint can may cause an explosion and a rapidly spreading fire that can be disastrous. Protect your family from this hazard. Well, that is all, and goodbye for now.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back on the same station the next time you hear... That's it. Let's roll. Let's go, Firefighters! Firefighters is written by Frank Jones.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, Dark Angel. The starring players...
This is Ronald Coleman.
This is Merle Oberon.
This is Donald Crisp.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in one of the most beautiful love stories the screen has ever known. It is a radio adaptation of the Samuel Goldwyn picture Dark Angel, and it stars Merle Oberon as Kitty Vane, Ronald Coleman as Alan Trent, and Donald Crisp as Sir George Barton. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Dark Angel. In the last war, and then as now, men fought and suffered and lived in the hope of going home. And now, after almost a year in the mud of France, Alan Trent has come home. Home to the lovely English country house where he was raised. Home to his childhood sweetheart, Kitty Vane.
Ah, Kitty. Kitty, if you knew what it means to see you, to talk to you, if you knew how frightened I've been.
Frightened? You frightened, Alan?
Yes, frightened. Frightened of coming home, of finding that you had changed, that you didn't feel the things I wanted you to feel. Frightened now of saying what I want.
Alan.
Or maybe I can't say it all. Maybe I can't say any part of it. I'm scared, Kitty. Kitty, I've so much love for you. It's like something you've saved up for a lifetime, and then it all comes at once.
Alan, I wanted to hear that so badly.
Oh, but you must have known.
I wasn't sure. I said to myself, I've always been around. Perhaps he's just used to me. Perhaps he'll meet some other girl.
Oh, Kitty, if you weren't here, I'd stop living. I'd stop breathing. I'd stop wanting to breathe. Don't ever go away.
I won't, ever. I promise. Alan, we ought to tell your mother.
What should we tell her?
That we're going to be married.
Day after tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Why, you shameless hussy.
Alan, dear.
Mother, we were just coming into... What is it? What's wrong?
They just phoned a telegram from the village. The War Office, Alan.
The War Office? Not my leave. It hasn't been cancelled.
I'm afraid you'll have to go tonight. You're to sail from Folkestone in the morning.
But whom else could we ask, sir? You're our vicar. If you just marry us tonight, before I go...
Alan, I've tried to explain to you.
There must be some way. You've known us all our lives.
And no two I'd rather see joined in marriage. Even 2 hours ago, it might have been possible. Now it's too late.
Too late.
I'm sorry. I have an evening service. Alan, I wish there was something I could do.
Well, thank you anyway, sir.
God bless you both. Good night.
After all these years, Kitty, we're 2 hours late. 2 hours that may change our lives.
No, they won't change our lives. Alan, I'm coming to Folkestone with you.
Oh, darling, you can't.
Why not? If we belong to each other. I marry you, Alan Trent, in front of a church.
And I marry you, Kitty Vane, for always, until the day I die. It's not half a bad room to start our married life, is it? Is it, darling? Oh, Kitty.
I'm sorry. I was listening to the guns.
Oh, they're far away, Kitty. Across the channel. Don't hear them. They'll stop.
All those things going by. Down there in the street. They aren't far away.
Oh, it takes a lot to run a war. Motor lorries, horses, tanks.
And men. Thousands and thousands of men. And in a little while, you'll be one of them. You'll be gone with the rest of them. You'll be...
Stop it. Oh, listen, darling. They're going. I'm going. There's nothing to be done about it. We must face the truth, Kitty. All we have is tonight. One night to live a whole life together. So we'll have to pretend. We're married, you see. We've been married quite long, and we're having dinner with our family.
Yes. With our family.
Now, would you like another glass of Sauterne, my dear?
Please.
Tell me, do you think Mimi is old enough for some wine?
Mimi?
That's our youngest, don't you remember? She's right there at the foot of the table. Children, Agatha, Bertram, Harold, Mimi, this is a very special occasion. Your parents' 25th wedding anniversary.
15.
Please, my dear. Children, 25 years ago, your mother was a lovely sight. The most beautiful girl I ever saw.
And your father, children?
Kitty, can't you do something with Mimi? She just bit little Harold on the arm.
Mimi, behave yourself. Now, children, as I was saying, your father was the finest, dearest, kindest.
Your father loved your mother as no one ever loved before.
Your mother loved your father since the world began. Since before time. Since...
5 o'clock. Time to shove off.
I'll get my wrap.
Oh, no, please, don't come. It would only make it more difficult. Just sit right here and close your eyes. That's it. That's a good girl, Kitty. That's a brave girl. I love you. I will always love you. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Alan. Goodbye, my love. Another letter today. Oh, such a wonderful letter.
Aren't all of Alan's letters wonderful?
Oh, but this is very special, you see. He thinks he'll get another leave just as soon as they...
As soon as they what?
Kitty! It's nothing. Only... just then I felt such a sharp pain. And it's silly, isn't it? I thought I heard the guns.
Remember, men, we're a small patrol. It's dark. Jerry's can't see us if we hug the ground. Single file. 10, 20 feet apart. I'll take the lead. All right, come on, let's go.
Careful, sir. There's a big one coming over. Look out, sir. You all right, sir? Captain Trent.
I won't believe it. I won't. But if he hasn't written for a month, maybe he's busy. Maybe he's had no chance to write. 2 months. That's not so long. Maybe his letters have just gone astray. Anything could happen in a war. 3 months. What if it's true? 4 months. What if it's true? 6 months. 6 months. Oh, Alan. Alan, I loved you so much.
That's it, sir. That's fine. Just keep the cane out in front of it. That's fine. You're making real progress, sir. And you've only been here 5 months.
Is that how long it's been? 5 months?
Didn't you know, sir?
I'm afraid I lost track. The dead don't have much use for time.
Ah, now, really, sir. That ain't no proper way to talk. Sir George is doing wonders with you men. A regular miracle worker he is.
Can he give me back my sight?
Ah, I know, sir. You're on the bitter side right now. But that'll pass, you mark my word. Wait and see how you feel 6 months from now.
You sent for me, Sir George?
Yes, Crane, I did. Mills has been telling me you want to leave.
Oh, I've been here long enough, don't you think?
A year next week. I'm afraid our training school hasn't helped you very much.
Oh, if that's true, it's my fault, sir, not yours.
You've been fighting something within yourself, haven't you? And you don't want to talk about it? Well, then the rest is just routine. I'm assigning Mills to you as an orderly.
I'd rather not.
Those are rules, Crane. He'll take you to your home and get you settled and...
I'm not going home. I have no home.
And your name isn't Roger Crane, is it?
It's as good a name as any other.
Your card says that when you were picked up, all means of identification had been destroyed. And later you gave your name as Roger Crane. I could have checked that, you know.
I know. I've been grateful you didn't.
As a matter of fact, I even had a clue. It was among your personal things. A picture.
A picture?
The picture of a very pretty young girl. And across the bottom was written, "Come back to Kitty." Why aren't you going back to her?
Because I'm blind. Because I won't be pitied. Because I won't let myself be a nuisance.
That's been your fight. Well, all right. Then fight it through. Go home. Do it for me. Help me to prove to myself that my work hasn't failed. That you can go back to your friends and live among them like an ordinary man.
You think I could?
Yes, Crane, I do.
I've wanted to. Every hour, every day.
It's still early morning. The sun is out. Before it goes down, you can be home.
Before it goes down, I can be home. This is true. Think of it. Before it goes down, I'll be home. I'll be home.
I think we're coming into Medford now, sir.
Yes, that's the whistle to the crossing, just outside the village. It won't be any time at all now, Mills. Our place is just 15 minutes from the station. 20 perhaps in that dilapidated old cab.
A cab, sir? Won't there be anyone there to meet you?
Oh, I know. I didn't tell him I was coming. I decided it all so suddenly.
Well, you won't mind me mentioning it, sir, but, I mean, if they don't know, mightn't it be a bit of a shock to them, sir?
Huh? A shock?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'd better be getting the luggage out. I'll be back in a minute, sir.
A shock? Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Even if she's brave, even if she tries to smile.
Take my hand, darling. I'll help you, dear. I'll always help you.
That's him. He's blind.
It's the girl I'm sorry for. Having to help him day in, day out.
Well, why didn't he stay away?
He loves her, he says.
Take my hand, darling. I'll help you. I'll help you.
Help me? Help me?
Did you fall, sir?
Oh, sorry, Mills.
I'll get the rest of this luggage then.
No. I think you'd better leave it here.
But we're just pulling in to Medford, sir.
It doesn't matter. We're not getting off.
Lady Esther has presented Act One of Dark Angel, starring Donald Crisp, Merle Oberon, and Ronald Coleman. In just a moment, we will hear the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Act Two. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Deep in every woman's heart is the belief that she could be more fascinating if only she put her mind to it. Don't you think that's true? A woman can make herself look more fascinating. And the way to start is with the face, which is your subject, you, and frame it as you would frame a lovely painting. Now, the very first step, perhaps the most important step of all, is to find a truly flattering face powder. By that I mean not just a covering to hide the shine, not just a lifeless film or coating on the skin, but a face powder that gives your skin a youthful radiance of its own. So many women have written me that just changing to Lady Esther face powder has made a thrilling change in their appearance. They say my powder does wonderful things for the appearance of their skin, helps to make it look softer, smoother, and more youthful. They say it gives their skin a certain clean, fresh look that everyone admires. Well, there's a very good reason why my powder is so unusually flattering. You see, Lady Esther face powder isn't just mixed, just sifted, the way ordinary powder is made. My powder then goes through the patented and exclusive Lady Esther Twin Hurricane process. The tiny particles of color and powder are blown together with the force of hurricanes until they're perfectly blended into a delicate film of beauty for your skin. Try Lady Esther face powder and see how much smoother it is than ordinary powder, how it helps hide little lines and blemishes. See how deep and lovely the shades are, how Lady Esther face powder adds instant new beauty and interest to the appearance of your skin.
It's 2 years later now, and Alan Trent, or as he now prefers to call himself, Roger Crane, is living in a little cottage in the country with Mills, his orderly.
Now, them are roses, sir. Real roses. Every petal turned like a lip for a kiss.
You know, Mills, sometimes you come dangerously close to being a poet.
Oh, why, only this morning Tim Whiteley was by. Head gardener for Sir Gerald Mordaunt, he is. And he dropped me a compliment on the roses, he did.
Did he?
On my word, sir. And I told him I wasn't the one who deserved it. I said Mr. Crane did it all himself, he did. Really, sir, it's plain remarkable how you get about. In the garden, in the house. I mean, considering that, well, I mean...
You mean I can't see, Mills, Now, Mills, would you believe I see some things better than you do? Every bush in the garden, every chair in the house, every ashtray, every door, even the telephone. Hello.
Hello, Roger. Is that you?
Mr. George, how are you? Where are you?
In London. I've been wondering about you. Haven't heard from you in weeks.
Oh, I've been busy, that's all. My roses, you know.
Look, Roger, I'm a bit on the tired side. Thought I'd get away for a day or so. Could you stand a guest?
When can you come?
The late afternoon train?
We'll be looking for you. It'll be wonderful to see you again, Sir George. A good dinner, a warm fire, and brandy Napoleon 1815. It was good of you to bring it, Sir George. May I pour you a spot?
Please.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to think Napoleon made this himself. Spent that whole year making brandy. There you are.
Thanks.
I never could understand how he had time for Waterloo with all that brandy making going on. How is it?
Not bad.
Not bad? Well, what's the matter with you?
Roger, I may as well say it. I want to get something off my chest.
Yes?
That time you left the training school, you remember a certain picture?
Yes.
I know her name now. Kitty Vane.
Yes, that's right. Kitty Vane.
I didn't pry. Her picture's been in all the magazines. She's made quite a name for herself, riding to hounds.
Has she?
As a matter of fact, there's a picture in this week's Tatler, right here on the table. She used to be a guest of Sir Gerald Mordaunt.
Sir Gerald?
Not 2 miles down this very road.
Yes, I know. Sometimes his gardener drops by to envy our roses.
Alan, are you quite satisfied here with your roses?
Oh, yes. Yes, quite satisfied, Sir George.
I see.
By the way, when is she riding with Sir Gerald?
This weekend, I believe it said.
She's there now.
Yes. Well, good night, old man.
Good night, Sir George. So near. So terribly near. Oh, Kitty, it could have been so different. So very different.
Hello, darling. I'm home.
Kitty, dear, you're so late.
Now, don't scold me. I know I'm late. I met the vicar, and you know how hard it is to get away from him. I brought a sirloin home for dinner. I'd better go and give it to cook.
No, don't go.
Oh, but darling, the sirloin.
Now, which is more important, me or the sirloin?
Well, you, I imagine.
Your hair's all blown about, and your cheeks are flushed, and your nose is cold. And you look beautiful.
I look like an idiot. And so do you. The way people always look when they love each other too much.
Kitty. 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 Kitty.
What is it, Roger? Anything wrong?
No, I must have dozed off a bit. I'm afraid I knocked the fire screen over.
It's strange. I could have sworn I heard you call Kitty.
Did I?
Roger, you're sure you're right with yourself?
I thought I was. Now I'm not sure. Maybe I've lied to myself. Maybe I just pretended I had a life. Maybe I told myself I was happy.
Roger.
I always knew sometime she'd be close by me like this. I should have put 1,000 miles between us. I knew that, but I didn't have the guts. Now I've found myself out. The work of all these years thrown away.
Isn't there something I can do?
Not a thing, I'm afraid. Sorry I let go like this, old man. You better go up and get some sleep.
Good night, then.
Good night.
Sir George.
Yes, Mills?
Is he all right, sir?
He seems to think so. Look here, Mills. Is there another telephone in the house?
In the kitchen, sir. An extension.
Then be a good fellow and put a call through for me, will you?
A trunk call, sir?
No. Sir Gerald Mordaunt's place. I want to talk to Miss Kitty Vane.
Sir George, you mean to say that on your own authority, without even asking me, you...
I'm sorry, Roger. I knew that it was right and that it had to be done. I had to see you get this thing straight. Now, please understand.
Did you tell her I was blind?
No, just that you were here.
Is she coming alone?
I think so. She didn't say. She ought to be here any minute now. I'll go to my room. You want to be alone, I'm sure.
I won't be tricked like this. I won't. Mills! Mills!
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Mills, is the room as it usually is?
Yes, sir. Quite the same, I'd say.
Ah, it's got to be absolutely the same. Have a good look. My pipe. Matches. Cigarettes on the table?
Yes, sir. Everything in its place, sir.
What's in that big flower bowl tonight?
The usual thing, sir. Yellow tea roses.
Good. Thanks, that's all. No, wait. Where's this week's Tatler?
Right here, sir, by the lamp.
All right.
What? There's someone stopping here, I believe. Looks like a lady, sir.
Yes. A very pretty lady. All right, Mills. Show her in.
Right, sir. In there, ma'am. In the study.
Thank you. Alan. Alan, darling.
Hello, Kitty. Come in. Come in.
It's really, really you. I always knew somewhere, sometime.
That we two would meet again? Yes, I think I always knew it, too.
Alan.
It's good to see you, Kitty. Sit down. Here. This chair's the most comfortable, I think. Cigarettes are right there, and you'll have some coffee, won't you?
Alan, you've so much to tell me.
Oh, that's a long story. First, I want to hear about you. You'll take sugar and cream, of course, if I remember correctly.
Alan, where have you been? Where?
Oh, I've been here. Been trying to write a bit. Not very good at it, though. I'm afraid I spend too much time in the garden. Those are my roses. I'm terribly proud of them.
Alan, what is it?
What is what?
After all this time, after thinking you dead, after all this time I come here and find you. And you talk of roses. What is it, Alan? Tell me, darling.
There's very little to tell.
No, you've suffered. Something's hurt you. Why don't you tell me? Alan, why didn't you come home?
It's hard to tell you, Kitty. The war did something to me. I've changed.
Changed?
I don't know. When I came out, I wanted to be alone for a while. Start all over. Build a new life. I always meant to come back someday, but I liked it here, and well, I just didn't come back.
You mean you found you'd stopped loving me? That was it, Alan?
I love you, Kitty. I loved you then, but in a different way, I suppose. I didn't have the courage to tell you.
I see. I understand. I loved you then. I love you now as much. I love you with all my heart. I've never loved anyone else. I never will again. Goodbye, Alan. Won't you even shake my hand?
Your hand?
I've been holding it here. Alan. Look at me. What color dress am I wearing?
Please, go. Please.
So that was why. And I was so stupid. I couldn't see. I was the one who couldn't see.
No, Kitty, no.
You love me, you do. You love me still.
Kitty, think what it means.
It means life again. I've been dead. Oh, dearest, how could you know me so little?
Kitty, listen to me.
No, I won't. I won't. You made me promise once never to go away. I never shall. Never. I'll be with you always.
Always. Oh, Kitty, if you knew how I've dreamed about this. To hear your voice. To have my arms around you again. Darling, you're crying.
I know, and it's no time to cry. I won't. If you kiss me.
Well, then just to kiss the tears away.
Forever.
Forever.
Mr. Coleman and Mr. Crisp for bringing us the story of Dark Angel. the Lady Esther Screen Guild players are grateful indeed that you could be our guests tonight. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
You just can't use Lady Esther face powder without looking younger, lovelier, more exciting. Now, I'm not saying this. Thousands of women are saying it. Women all over the country who've listened to me just as you are listening now and decided to try my powder and see for themselves if it really is so different from ordinary powder, so much more flattering. Well, their letters say that they convinced themselves. So many of them took the trouble to sit down and write me nice long letters and tell me all about the wonderful things my powder does for the appearance of the skin. Yes, every day women are discovering that Lady Esther face powder, made a new way by my patented twin hurricane method, is a delightfully new and different kind of face powder. Not only is the texture softer and smoother by far than the texture of ordinary powder, not only does it cling longer and keep the skin looking cool and fresh in hot weather, but even the shades are deeper toned and more lively, shades that add extra glamour and excitement to your summer skin. So why don't you, too, try Lady Esther face powder? There's no better judge in the whole world than your own eyes. And unless you're very different from thousands of others, I'm sure that what you see in your mirror will convince you that Lady Esther face powder is the most flattering powder you've ever used.
Lady Esther, next week will present that delightful comedy with music, Priorities on Parade. It will star Betty Rhodes, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, and Bob Crosby. Be sure to listen. Ronald Coleman appeared through the courtesy of the sponsors of his program, the Electric Auto Light Company. Merle Oberon can soon be seen co-starring with Paul Muni in the Columbia picture, The Love of Madame Sand. Donald Crisp is soon to be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor picture, National Velvet. Truman Bradley saying goodnight for Lady Esther. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, The Bluebeard of Bellac, starring Merle Oberon.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, who tonight from Hollywood bring you a star, Miss Merle Oberon, and a suspense play inspired by an actual recent news item from occupied France. And so, with the Bluebeard of Bellac, and with the performance of Merle Oberon, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
All right, get back. Stay back there. Back of the wall.
How many were there this time?
One. They found most of him.
And?
It was a soldier, a German.
I heard it was an officer.
Stay back. Back there. Come on.
But, they're still digging?
Yes. What officer was it, did they say?
They think it was Captain Müller. You know, the doctor.
They think?
They don't know. They're looking for his head.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's an announcement. How about this?
Of course, they found the body. Identify the body. Why don't they identify him?
Identify him?
The Bluebeard. Why they find out who he is.
Listen.
Achtung, Achtung. Villages of Bellac, Saint-Jean, Branalion, Fleury. Achtung. This morning's victim of the Bluebeard of Bellac is identified as Captain Franz Müller, medical officer attached to the staff of Colonel Strelitz.
Oh, an officer.
For the first time, the Bluebeard himself has been seen, and a description has been provided. Is described as being of medium...
Yes?
I must speak with Colonel Strelitz. Is he here? I have information.
Information about what?
About the Bluebeard. Is the Colonel here?
He's in the staff car. Over there.
Please take me to him. I must see him.
And who are you?
Cecile Combray. Madame Combray. I live on the road to Flomé, just outside the village.
Well, all right. Come along, madam.
Is that the Colonel, sitting in the back of the car?
Yes. Now, you wait here. I'll see. Oberst Schredet, Corporal Brecht.
Corporal.
Herr Oberst, das ist eine Frau von dem Dorf hier, eine Madame Combray. Sie hat angeblich Informationen über den Blaubart.
Naja, wieder so ein hysterisches Frauenzimmer, Herr Oberst.
Was kann man da machen, Kreuzer? Immer eine Möglichkeit. Wo ist sie?
Dort drüben, Herr Oberst. Ich habe ihr gesagt, sie soll warten.
Ordnung. Frau herkommen.
Jawohl, Herr Oberst. The Colonel will see you, Madame.
Oh, thank you.
Das ist Madame Combray, Herr Oberst.
Madame? This is my aide, Lieutenant Kreuzer.
It was kind of you to let me speak with you, monsieur.
Kind? Naturally, madame. When we were told you have information about the Bluebird.
Yes, I have.
Can't overlook anything. Now that he's killed one of my own officers.
I know. And I am next.
So?
The Bluebeard is going to kill me. He's going to kill me tonight unless you help me. Unless you come home with me and stop him.
This is your information?
Yes.
Why, every woman in Bellac believes she's next on the Bluebeard's list.
But I know.
Madame, the Colonel's time is valuable. We thought you had real information. You don't expect us simply because you hysterically believe that...
No, please. I know Colonel Strelitz.
How can you know?
Because, monsieur. Because the Bluebeard is my husband.
Why? Your husband is...
Dr. Pierre Combray. Yes. He's the man you're looking for. I've known it for a long time. He is the Bluebeard.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Miss Merle Oberon, whom you have heard in the prologue to The Bluebeard of Bellac by Sylvia Richards. Tonight's tale of Suspense.
In many foreign lands, wherever wine connoisseurs gather, they enthusiastically praise the distinguished character of Roma wines. Such praise of Roma wines in foreign lands can only mean that they are truly magnificent in quality. Roma wine's excellence is due to a unique combination of California's perfect soil and climate, from whence come the choice Roma wine grapes, plus age-old winemaking skill and modern knowledge. These combine to make Roma constant in quality, uniformly fine, unexcelled in value. Tomorrow, discover for yourself the delightful Roma taste and goodness enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. Simply serve as an appetizer before dinner a cool glass of golden, nut-like Roma California sherry. Then on the table, place a bottle of cool, hearty Roma Burgundy. You'll be pleasantly surprised at the extra delight it adds to your meal, how it will win new compliments from family or guests. Yet, the cost is only pennies a glassful. Get Roma wines tomorrow. If your dealer is temporarily out of Roma, please try again soon. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma wines. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Miss Merle Oberon as Madame Cecile Combray in The Bluebeard of Bellac. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
11 o'clock. He'll be here in an hour. And if you had not come here with me...
You have nothing to fear, madame. The house is well guarded.
But won't the guards frighten him away?
The instructions are to let him through. They will come in only when we have him trapped. And we are armed.
Yes, and he does not carry a gun. You know he uses a knife.
Madame Combray, why didn't you come to us before if you knew your husband was the Bluebeard?
First, I wasn't sure. Then, when I was sure, well, He was still my husband.
Then why now?
Because now he will kill me, and I'm afraid. I knew when he went away with the body of Captain Miller yesterday.
So you saw the captain?
Yes, I saw it. And when Pierre looked at me, I knew he'd kill me. Tonight.
Yes, he may try.
It's been weeks of fear. In the night. The endless nights.
Have you been married long, madame?
Long? No. Less than a year.
You aren't French, are you?
No, I'm English. I spent a summer in Flomé about 4 years ago, and I liked it, so I stayed. I taught English in the village school there.
Dr. Combray?
About a year ago, there was an epidemic in Flomé, and Pierre, came there to help. He seemed to me when I met him to be very kind, a very noble man. Of course, I didn't know him well, but when he asked me to marry him, I was very happy. The morning after we were married, he brought me here to Bellac, to this house which had been his family's for many generations. It was a beautiful morning, early spring. We came, as you did tonight, up the hill, past the summer house, to the front door.
Well, here it is, Madame Combray. Come, I'll carry you over the threshold.
Oh, careful, Pierre. Don't drop me.
No chance of that. Now, this is the hall. Shall I carry you on from room to room?
Oh, Pierre, no. Put me down.
Very well. Come this way. Now, here is the parlor. Oh. Hello, Captain Muller.
Good morning, Doctor. I've been waiting. I hope you don't mind. They said you'd be back this morning. The people down the road.
Yes, I was held up by my wedding.
Your wedding?
Oh, I'm sorry. Cecile, this is Captain Muller, the medical officer in charge with Colonel Strelitz. Captain, my wife, Cecile.
How do you do, Herr Muller?
Well, Doctor, I congratulate you. I see even an epidemic can be useful.
That's one way of looking at it. So what's up, Muller?
I wanted you to come in tomorrow to help with the vaccinations. About 150 are going out, and we need help. The last lot carried typhoid.
I'd be glad to help. What time?
Well, they are leaving at noon. If you're there at 8 o'clock, we'll have enough time.
I'll be there.
Very well, Doctor. Madame, tomorrow then. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Now we will go on with our tour. Follow me.
Pierre, who's to be vaccinated tomorrow?
All labor draftees being sent to Germany. This is the kitchen. The stairs go up from here.
What's upstairs?
Well, off that first landing there are several bedrooms, mine and others, and on the floor above still more. Before the war, there were servants.
This is the pantry?
Yes.
And this door, where does it... Oh, it's locked. What is it?
Oh, there's an old wine cellar. It's not used.
A cellar? Do you have a key?
There's nothing down there, Cecile, that would interest you.
Oh, but I'd like to see. We might be able to grow mushrooms.
No,
or...
Cecile, it can't be used.
Let's look. Where's the key,
Cecile.
Pierre? Yes?
That door must stay locked.
But, Pierre...
You understand?
Yes, but why?
No matter what happens, you must never try to go down there. Never.
You see, monsieur, it was a small thing. Just a room I must not enter. He told me the room was used for his experiments, and I believed him. I was in love. But there were other things, and they added up to fear. Just the taste of fear. A shadow so light I didn't know it was there. There was first of all the gossip I heard in the village when I went to market.
Good morning, Madame Combray. You're late today.
Pierre worked late last night. Is there any milk, Madame Bourget?
I can let you have a little pint.
Oh, if that's all.
Does the doctor work often at night?
Quite often in his laboratory.
I could not bear a man who pottered around after dark.
But it's his profession.
Maybe, but I would not sleep a wink, not with this Bluebeard around. No, I like a man who is steady, so I know what he's up to. Oh, how can you bear to live in that big, depressing house?
Oh, but I love it.
Well, you're young. I suppose it's romantic to you. It's no place for a woman to be alone. The first Madame Combray, you know, she died there.
Yes, Pierre told me. But I know he did everything he could.
Oh, yes?
It was very sudden. Typhoid can be very sudden.
Yes, its certificate said typhoid. That's why your coffin was sealed. Oh! Hey, Jean! Jean, what is it?
What is it? What's happened? Everyone's running.
There's an announcement, madame. They know who one of them is.
One? Of whom?
There were 3 last night. One of them was a man.
3?
Why, the Bluebeard, he killed 3 in one night. Cut them to bits.
Oh, how terrible.
All sliced up and scattered around, Madame Cambrai. You should have seen.
Oh, no. Where were they?
In the meadow north of the church. Why, that's near your house.
The meadow?
Yes, Madame Cambrai. If you had been awake, you would have heard him. You or the doctor.
Yes, if I'd been awake, I would have heard. And one night, I was awake. My husband and I had gone to bed early, and I slept well. I'd worked in the garden most of the afternoon. But shortly after 11, some sound woke me. It may have been only an owl screech. I lay in the dark and listened. I didn't hear it again. Then I heard another sound. And I saw there was a little moonlight, that my husband was out of bed and that he was dressing. Pierre.
Oh, did I wake you?
Pierre, what is it?
Nothing, Cecile. Go back to sleep.
Is someone ill? Did someone come for you?
I have to go out. Go back to sleep, Cecile. I won't be long.
Something woke me. I heard a sound.
I'm sorry.
Did someone come for you? Was it Captain Muller?
No.
Who is it, Pierre? Who's it?
No one you know.
Where are you going, Pierre? Do you have to go far?
Go back to sleep. I won't be long.
But Pierre...
I'm sorry I woke you.
You didn't. I'm sure I heard a...
Cecile, it's best that you go back to sleep.
I just wondered.
It's best for you. Good night, Cecile.
He went away, Colonel Straits, and I lay there in my bed, rigid, listening to his steps down the dark stairs into this kitchen. I heard the front door open and close. Then he went down the gravel path in the moonlight. I waited. It seemed long, yet it was only a little time. That clock there, I could hear through the floor chime the quarter, then the half. When I heard him, it was not yet midnight, and he came slowly, climbing the hill. I slipped out of bed and went down the stairs to the landing there, from where I could watch him come into the kitchen. But when he came into the kitchen, I could not speak, for he was not alone. Over his shoulders, he carried a body. A man, I think. And he was stooped under his horrible burden. He crossed the kitchen without looking up, and did not hear what I was sure he must hear, the pounding of my heart. He took a key from his pocket, holding the body with one hand, unlocked that door to the wine cellar, and went into its awful blackness. Then I was back in my room. I don't remember how I got there, cold and shaking in my bed. When I heard... Oh, monsieur, it was pitiful. I heard rising from the depths of the house from where he had gone the scream of a man in fearful agony.
Cecile.
Yes. Yes, Pierre.
You are still awake.
No, Pierre,
I told you to go back to sleep.
I was, Pierre, I did.
But you are awake now.
Something... I heard something.
Yes, you heard?
It must have been you opening the door.
Oh.
You came in suddenly. You must have...
Yes, I think I did. Well, we'll go to sleep now.
Yes, we'll go to sleep. Pierre?
Yes.
Was someone ill?
Yes.
Who was it, Pierre? Did you have to go far?
We'll go to sleep now, Cecile.
What time is it?
Time? It's just past midnight.
Midnight was usually the hour, his hour. He always came back soon after. And the following day, there were always the announcements on the loudspeakers in the village. Bodies, pieces of bodies. It was the day when your men found Odette. It was so horrible for me, because she was so beautiful and still only a child. And you remember the body was yet warm. So the whistles were blown, calling all the village to the church square. Because because the Bluebeard might still carry his knife or have blood on him. Or he might not get there and be known because he was missing. I was in the village and I ran to the square with the mayor. And we stood in line with the others. Everyone was there. Everyone except Pierre. What terror I felt. Monsieur, when you began to call the names...
Félix Armand?
Yeah.
Paul Arden?
Yeah.
Yvette Barthélemy?
Madame Cambrai, are you ill?
It's just the sun. It's so warm, yet I feel chill.
You're very pale.
Charbin?
Here. Why, I don't see Pierre.
Cambrai?
Here. Oh, he's probably with Captain Muller. He'll be here.
Pierre Cambrai? Pierre?
Here, I'm here.
Oh, well,
Pierre.
Don't look at me like that. You'll attract notice.
You're out of breath. Where will you, Pierre?
Does it matter? I'm here.
But your hands, your clothes, they're wet. So you see, I still did not know. And I needed to be sure. I could not live unless I was sure. So I stole the key to the cellar. Yes, it was that easy. While he slept, and the next day he went to the village with Captain Muller and left me alone with the answer in my hand. I opened the door and went down those steps, carrying a candle. We will go down there in a moment, Colonel Strelitz, to wait for him. And you will see there is a little room, bare and damp by the candle's light. I saw there was something on the table. It was his case, filled with knives, surgical instruments. Not strange for a doctor. There was blood on them, fresh blood. And there was more on the table, on the floor, and much blood on a sheet which I found thrown into the corner. I found the strength to get out and to lock the door again. I put the key back that night. So again, I did not know. I did not really know until yesterday. I was sewing in the front parlor, and Pierre was walking up and down because he had an appointment with Captain Muller. The captain was late.
What's keeping Muller?
Perhaps he got orders. More soldiers came into Bellac yesterday. Many more.
Yes, I know, but that shouldn't keep him.
There's something going on. They're getting ready for something.
Yes, but why would Muller...
Do sit down, Pierre. Your walking makes me nervous. I've spoiled the steam and have to rip it out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Some of the soldiers were searching houses yesterday. I don't know what they were looking for.
Did they come here?
Oh, no. At least not while I was here. I was in the village most of the afternoon. That's when I saw the soldiers. And there's nothing here to look for. Is there, Pierre?
That's it. Of course. Why didn't I think he's down there?
Pierre, where are you going?
I'm going down to my cellar, Cecile. I have work.
Pierre, no, not the captain.
Yes, the captain and Cecile. I don't want to be disturbed.
And then I knew he was going to kill Captain Muller. He was going to kill a German soldier. Worse, an officer. I knew then, Colonel Strelitz, that if he would go that far, he was no longer a man I could even attempt to reason with. His insane urge to kill might turn on anyone. Even me. I had to stop him. Oh!
Cecile, what are you doing? You can't come down here.
You killed him.
Cecile, now I'll have to. But I wasn't ready. It's not time.
Captain Muller, they'll track you down. You can't get away.
Cecile, be quiet. I warned you. I told you not to.
Murder. You did it. You killed him. And the others.
Cecile, I told you.
What will you do now?
Do? What do you think I'll have to do?
And now you know, too. And in a few minutes he'll come, and then it'll all be over. It's almost midnight.
It's a remarkable story, madame. So he made no attempt to harm you last night?
No, Colonel Strelitz. It wasn't time.
Not time?
He kills only when he feels the need. And he'd already killed one, so the need was gone. And it was daylight.
He left then?
Yes. I haven't seen him since. He looked at me. It was a terrible look. And he went. And I knew by the look that I would be the next. Tonight.
And Captain Müller?
He took the captain's body with him. Come, we must go down to the cellar now, before midnight.
Very well.
Lieutenant, will you bring the lamp?
Yes, I'll bring it.
You see, it's unlocked, as he left it. Close the door behind you, Colonel.
Very well.
Careful. The last step. Another door.
Oh, it is small. Damp.
Is that the table? Where he...
Yes. Set the lamp there, Lieutenant. You can see the stairs. They're quite dry by now.
I see. And on the floor.
Sit down, monsieur. There, where you can watch the door. I will stand here at the back, if you don't mind.
You're right. It's safest for you.
Listen. I heard the clock strike. And, yes, listen.
It's a door.
Have you your guns?
Quiet. Yes, but we want to take him alive.
You can. He's coming down.
Cecile, are you there?
Put your hands up, Dr. Hombre.
Ah, visitors. Well done, Cecile.
Scarcely visitors, Doctor. A bit more unpleasant for you. Now, if you'll...
Put your hands up, Colonel Strelitz. You too, Lieutenant.
Madame Hombre.
Yes, I too had a gun.
But your husband, he's
The Bluebeard? I'll take your gun, Colonel, and yours.
Mm-hmm.
No, Colonel, I am no Bluebeard, as you knew very well. It was clever of you to plant the mutilated bodies of your victims to drive me into the open. To create this legend of a Bluebeard to make the people of Bellac suspect all men who work at night, as I do. To make the village distrust me, their leader.
But, Madame Combray, you saw Captain Müller, saw his body.
The captain? Yes. Pierre killed Captain Müller. He was his one victim, because the captain was suspicious and pried a little too far into this room. Pierre had to kill him because he saw our radio station behind that wall. Open it, Pierre, and let the colonel see.
You see? The wall opens easily, and behind it is the nerve center for Bellac, for our underground army.
Army? Sneaks and cowards who set their women to lying.
I lied?
What else? You said that he carried in a body, that there was a scream in the night, that there was a body.
All true, Colonel.
Yes, I carried home a man wounded by your soldiers, and I removed the bullet without anesthesia, for we French have no such luxuries. So the blood of that patriot is mixed on the table with that of the late Captain Müller.
Don't you know it's hopeless for you?
Hopeless? Colonel, surely you know that our armies are in France, Americans, English, and our underground army, which surrounds you.
But this house is surrounded by my men.
It was, you mean, Colonel.
Are you still there, Mr. Porter?
Porter?
Yeah, what do you say, Doc?
Everything quiet?
Quiet as a tomb, Doc. How are things down there?
Who's that?
We have what you call a couple of rats, Mr. Porter. Then we are finished.
Okay.
That is Mr. Porter. As you heard, he is an American.
An American? You?
He is commanding a large number of parachuters who just an hour ago dropped into our meadow.
Oh.
And who a few minutes ago very quietly killed the guards you mentioned.
Killed? My God.
Yes, and since you were here in the cellar, unfortunately, you could not hear. But now, Pierre, you have your work to finish.
Your work?
I have orders from my army to kill you and the lieutenant, to secure this advance for our allies. So with Cecile's help, I set this little trap.
Oh, listen to me. You won't.
Cecile, do you want to share the honor?
No,
please.
Yes.
No, I won't. No.
And so closes The Bluebeard of Bellac, starring Merle Oberon. Tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you discovered how much good wine adds to the enjoyment of food? How Roma wine makes even the simplest, most inexpensive meals really exciting events? Well, all you need do is place on the table with the meal A cool bottle of hearty Roma California Burgundy. Serve it in any kind of glass. You will find it delicious with any food. And if you are entertaining guests, you will find Roma wine just the gracious, festive note that makes any dinner party or get-together a happy, compliment-arousing occasion. And remember, Roma wines cost you only pennies a glassful. So any home can afford the pleasure they add to everyday living, to entertaining. Ask for ROMA, Roma wines. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
Merle Oberon is soon to be seen in the Columbia Technicolor production, A Song to Remember. Next Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, same time, you will hear Mr. Gene Kelly as star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. ROMA. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Dark Waters, starring Merle Oberon, Preston Foster, and Thomas Mitchell. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If you were asked to name the wettest state in the Union, and I'm referring now to natural water surfaces and not spirits, you would do well to settle on Louisiana. Over 3,000 square miles of that state are underwater. The southern part threaded by inland waterways called bayous. All through this bayou country are dark swamps and gaunt palmettos, eerie bogs and moss-draped cypress that have set the stage for so many mysterious legends. Tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, Dark Waters, from a brand new picture just released, takes its mood from those mysterious swamps of Louisiana. It's the story of a strong love haunted by a strange fear. A story as full of excitement and suspense as the swamps themselves are full of beauty and terror. Our stars in this gripping drama are Merle Oberon and Thomas Mitchell in their original screen roles, and Preston Foster. Some time ago, I made a picture laid in the bayou country of Louisiana, and in preparation, I traveled by small boat over hundreds of miles of hidden rivers and shallow lakes. Deep in the bayou country, I met many shrimp fishermen living on their fishing boats. Some of these men had never been able to see a motion picture, but they listened to the Lux Radio Theater regularly every Monday night. In fact, we stopped for provisions at a tiny store that was built on stilts over one of the most out-of-the-way bayous, and on the shelf with fishing tackle, boats of calico, sunbonnets, and notions, I saw those familiar blue boxes of Lux Flakes, which shows that no matter how far from the beaten highways I may travel, I always get a Lux greeting. Now it's curtain time, and here's the first act of Dark Waters, starring Merle Oberon as Leslie, Preston Foster as George, and Thomas Mitchell as Sidney.
Did you ever go to a funeral where the minister forgot the service? And they threw the man next to you overboard, and all you thought was, he's gone now. There'll be more water to drink. He'll have his share of the water. Somebody said, oh, God, we can find the soul to your keeping. And he couldn't think of the rest because he was crazy. And I can't remember either. I can't remember either.
Maybe you read about it a few months ago. The steamship Valdera torpedoed in mid-ocean. 500 lives lost. And later, maybe you also read that the 4 human beings who survived the disaster had been rescued and brought to New Orleans. Among them was a girl named Leslie Calvin. For 2 months now, she's been in the hospital.
I can't remember anymore.
My dear, there's no need to remember. You've suffered a horrible shock, but you're well again. It's time you thought about leaving here.
I don't know where to go, Doctor. In all this country, there isn't a soul I know. I have an aunt and uncle, my mother's sister. They're in New York. But I've never seen them.
Haven't you thought of writing them?
I would have written a long time ago, but there's so much to explain, and I just haven't been able to do it.
Tell you what, I'll do the explaining. You just write a note, and I'll put mine in with it. Now, what's your aunt's name?
Mrs. Norbert Lamont.
Address?
731 North Gillespie, New York City. Oh, come in, Doctor. I've heard from them. From my aunt.
Oh, that's fine. Fine.
But they're not in New York. They're in Louisiana.
Louisiana?
Yes, near Belleville. It seems my uncle inherited a plantation some years ago. They moved there in January. They raise sugarcane, and they want me. They want me to come right away.
You see, of course they do.
Doctor, do you think I could leave tomorrow?
Yes, you can leave tomorrow. And good luck, my dear. Good luck.
Excuse me, lady, but you've been standing here now. Are you looking for somebody?
Yes,
I'm the station agent. Got off the 210, didn't you?
They said they'd meet me here. I'll wait. Oh, do you happen to know them, Mr. and Mrs. Lamont?
Lamont?
They have a plantation near here, Rossignol.
Why don't you telephone them?
I tried. They don't have a phone. Could I get a taxi?
Sorry, lady. There isn't. Lady, what's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Oh.
Eddie, come here. Lady just fainted.
There, that's better now. Steady. Breathe deeply.
I fainted.
I don't feel upset about it. The heat's enough to flatten anyone. Oh, I'm Dr. Grover. The station agent sent for me. You rest here a while, and then I'll take you over to my office.
No, I've got to go back to New Orleans.
Aren't the Lamonts expecting you?
I don't know. They don't know me. They don't want me.
Okay, here now, drink this. And slowly. People who just come out of hospital should take everything slowly.
How did you know?
Well, when you keeled over, a letter fell out of your purse. It was addressed to you at the Cortland Hospital.
You know the Lamonts?
Only by name.
Doctor, I didn't feel faint because of the heat or because I've been ill.
No?
It was fear. Fear of being alone. Of having no one to turn to. Not anyone.
But the Lamonts.
My aunt and uncle. But they're perfect strangers. When they didn't meet me, I was terrified.
That's nonsense. You like Rossignol. It's a perfect place to convalesce after whatever it was you were in the hospital for.
I was on the Valdera.
Oh.
Only 4 of us survived. I woke up in the hospital. I've had nightmares constantly of that open lifeboat. I thought it would drive me insane. I was afraid that someday it would be the same whether I were awake or not.
Now, look. Why don't we take my car and drive out to Rossignol? And if the Lamonts aren't there, I'll get you back here in plenty of time to catch your train.
You're very kind.
Kind? Around here, Miss Calvin, the only excitement we get is when someone new comes to town.
Oh, but I don't want to trouble you.
Oh, please. This is the kind of trouble I like. Let's go.
Come in. What a delightful surprise, Miss Calvin.
Surprise? But I sent a telegram.
Telegram? That's strange they didn't mention it. Oh, I'm Mr. Sidney. I'm staying here. Your aunt will be delighted. Emily! Emily! She's here. Your niece.
Leslie. Oh, my darling.
Darling, we've been so worried about you.
Oh, Aunt Emily.
Oh, now, darling. Oh, if we only knew you were coming. Norbert, come here.
This is Dr. Grover, Emily. He drove Miss Calvin here.
Oh, how very kind. Won't you sit down?
Well, thanks, but... Emily, did you get a telegram?
Why, no. Oh, Norbert, this is Leslie.
Uncle Norbert.
Leslie, I'm so happy you're here.
And Dr. Grover, dear.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'll get it.
You have a telephone, but you're not listed in the book.
Not in the book? That's odd.
Odd, Emily. It's listed under Cleve.
Oh, of course. You see, Mr. Cleve is our foreman. You should have looked under Cleve, dear.
But, Aunt Emily, you didn't say anything about him in your letter.
Oh, didn't I? Well, I'm sorry, darling. Dr. Grover, you stay for dinner. I'm sure Florella can produce something.
Florella. Oh, dear, the servants you get these days.
Thanks, but I have to get back. Office hours.
Some more time, Doctor?
Leslie, come, darling. Upstairs.
Goodbye, Miss Calvin.
You were wonderfully kind. Thank you again.
I'll be out to see you soon. Very soon. Behave yourself.
Goodbye.
I know you must be tired.
I wonder if I could see Mr. Lamont a moment.
He seems to have disappeared. Mr. Lamont's writing a book, Doctor. He's hardly aware these days of anything else.
Well, then I'd better tell you. I don't want to alarm you, Mr. Sidney, but that girl's been through a terrible experience.
I know. The doctor at the hospital wrote us.
She seems very nervous. She's been having nightmares. Now she's afraid she's turning into a mental case.
A mental case?
Well, that's ridiculous, but the point is she must not be allowed to brood about things.
Well, we'll do everything we can to help her.
Well, just don't question her too much. Help her forget it. I just thought I'd mention it.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Sidney.
Goodbye, Doctor.
No, I'll unpack for you. Oh, I'm really so upset. My only niece arrived, and this is the reception she gets.
But, Aunt Emily, really, I don't mind, and you mustn't.
Norbert's so happy you're here, dear. He mayn't show it, but that's because of his book, Scientific. I help him with the typing. Oh, Leslie, my dear.
You don't know what this means to me, Aunt Emily. In the hospital, I thought I was all alone, and now I have a home, my own people who love me.
Oh, Leslie, I hope you'll be happy here.
Oh, I will. I know I will.
Darling, here. I've been saving this for you. This miniature.
Thank you.
It's your mother, Leslie.
Mother.
Painted on her 17th birthday. We weren't much alike, were we? She was always the pretty one, and so wonderful to me.
Oh, but you're pretty, Aunt Emily.
Oh, hush now. The picture's for you, dear. Keep it, darling.
Thank you.
This will be your place, my dear.
Thank you, Uncle Norbert.
Florella.
Yes, sir?
Look at the dust in this room and those flowers. You know I've told you about these things 100 times.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sidney. I just didn't get at it today.
Well, evening, everybody.
Oh, Cleve. Leslie, this is Mr. Cleve.
How do you do, Miss Calvin?
How do you do?
Sit down, please.
Well, what's on the menu?
Does it ever change? Fried chicken.
I hope you forgive our funny silver, Leslie. As a matter of fact, all these furnishings, our own things, are still in New York.
And you've decided to live here permanently?
We talk about it, dear, but there are so many problems.
Then why don't you sell Rossignol?
Sell it?
I only meant with sugar as scarce as it probably is, no doubt you could get a wonderful price.
Emily, I hear someone in the kitchen.
Florella.
It's just Pearson, ma'am.
Yes.
Just came to help with the dishes.
Pearson is not allowed up here anymore, Florella.
Yes, sir.
You must understand that, and so must Pearson.
I guess you didn't know what the servant problems were, Leslie, over in the East Indies.
East Indies?
Miss Calvin's from Batavia, Cleve.
Well, when'd you leave?
Over a year ago.
A year? But what have you been doing all that time? I mean...
In any bombings?
Yes.
But you got out ahead of the Japs, huh?
Yes.
Ah, plenty lucky. How'd you do it?
On a trading boat.
Leslie, darling, you're not eating a thing.
Say, I want to hear about this. Where'd you go?
We went to Madagascar.
Oh? And then what?
It was Vichy French. They wouldn't give us our visa. We ran out of money for more. It was such a long time coming.
Exasperating delays in wartime. I suppose you took passage from New Orleans from there.
Yes. Yes, but the boat sank.
Oh, what's the matter with us?
Excuse me, Aunt Emily.
Leslie, you want me to come with you, dear? Leslie, wait.
Hey, some jitter.
Yes, very trying on the nerves. Very fried chicken. I must say, you look much better this morning, Miss Calvin. You rested well?
Oh, yes, thanks.
Good. And I know you'll enjoy this walk.
You're sure you can spare the time?
Oh, I'm delighted to. Sorry about the little unpleasantness last evening. Poor Emily was so upset. If we'd only realized.
Please don't apologize, Mr. Sidney. It was very silly of me.
Well, look about you, Miss Calvin. Over there is the swampland. Miles of it, unchanged for centuries. Below us, through that growth, is the bayou. And beyond is the river.
And that old building there?
That's the sugar house. And it's on a sort of creek, you see. Oh, there's Cleve.
Morning.
Morning. In the old days, they made the sugar right here on the place. The water here is very treacherous, Miss Calvin. Apart from reptiles, it's full of sudden depths and shallows. One never knows quite what to expect.
Showing you around, is he, Miss Calvin?
Good morning. Yes.
I was just explaining to Miss Calvin that nature here is not always benevolent.
It's fascinating, though. Dark and mysterious.
You see in there, Miss Calvin, by that cypress stand? Last year, a woman disappeared in there. Quicksand. We heard her hollering, but when we got there, she was gone.
You make it seem really dangerous.
It's dangerous only if you're not familiar with it. That's why I'd appreciate it if you don't try to go around by yourself as yet. Cleve or I will join you.
You know, it must be awful drowning in quicksand. Much worse than water.
Cleve, for heaven's sake.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I wish you wouldn't feel that you have to weigh every word when I'm around.
You're a brave girl, Miss Calvin. Yes?
Telephone. It's long distance.
I'm coming. Excuse me, please.
Well, now that we finally got rid of that walking phonograph, I'll show you around.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not walk anymore.
Well, these old tumble-down places bore me, too. And we're both still young enough to have other interests, aren't we?
For instance?
Well, I mean we could have some laughs together. How about going into town some night? Dance maybe? A movie?
I think that would be fine some night.
Well, let's ride around the boat. See the rest of the place. Get your bearings.
Please. I really don't like boats.
Oh, but that's foolish. Best way to see Rossignols by water.
Still, I'd rather not.
It's for your own good, Miss Kelvin. You can't go on being a coward.
She's not a coward.
Oh, Dr. Grover.
Morning. You see, she's following my orders. I told her to stay away from boats for a while.
Your orders?
Mr. Cleve, this is Dr. Grover.
Glad to know you. I didn't mean to say the wrong thing.
Forget it. Perhaps later on.
I didn't expect you this soon, Doctor.
Well, I have a patient nearby. I thought you might like to take a ride.
Oh, I'd love to.
Okay with you, Cleve?
Sure. You go right ahead, Miss Calvin. Goodbye. Then she got in Grover's car and they drove off.
The back road?
Yeah, he must know this neck of the woods pretty good.
Why are you two so concerned about the doctor? What difference does it make?
Well, it's becoming rather obvious that Leslie and the doctor enjoy each other's company tremendously.
What of it? What harm is that?
Please, Emily, please, aren't you getting all worked up over nothing at all?
I just don't understand you at times. And that long-distance call from New Orleans.
Yeah, what about that?
Don't be inquisitive, Cleve.
There was no call. For some reason, he just wanted to leave Leslie alone with you.
Oh. We have loads of time, all the time in the world.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Suppose we all just relax, huh? Emily, my dear, what do we have for lunch?
Before our stars return with Act Two of Dark Waters, here's a girl with a question on her mind.
Why did I get that run? Why did I get that run? Isn't that the darndest luck? I can't think what I've done.
Well, if you want to cut down those costly runs, stop blaming luck and change to Lux. Luxing stockings cuts down runs, helps you to get double wear. You see, stockings must be able to stretch under strain, then spring back into place without breaking. That's elasticity. Lux saves this vital elasticity. Wrong washing methods weaken it. If you use a strong soap or rub stockings with cake soap, the threads snap easily into runs. Now, millions of girls know how Lux cuts down runs, but this has also been proved by a famous laboratory. They made strain tests on dozens of stockings, and those washed with Lux Flakes didn't go into runs nearly so quickly as the ones washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. In fact, they lasted twice as long. So be sure to Lux your stockings every night. And a hint about rayons. Let them dry thoroughly before wearing them. At least 24 hours. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Dark Waters, starring Merle Oberon as Leslie, Thomas Mitchell as Sidney, and Preston Foster as George. 8 days have passed since Leslie Calvin's arrival at the ancient plantation. But 8 days have added little to her knowledge of the people there, or of the bewildering countryside, where scenery changes with a turn of the head from breathtaking beauty to black and reeking swamplands. Leslie, however, hasn't given much thought to all of this. Dr. Grover has been her daily visitor, and today he's taken her to a tiny Cajun fishing village, deep in the bayous.
Quel plaisir de vous voir.
Hello, Mama. Oh, Miss Calvin, Madame Boudreau.
How do you do? Such a pleasure, mademoiselle.
And over there, Leslie. Now, let me see. There's Cecile, Yvette, Pierre, and Telmac.
You kids, allons, dis quelque chose au docteur.
Well. Now, which one's my patient?
Patient, doctor?
Napoleon Degas told me a Boudreau had fallen out of a tree.
Oh, I did. All the way from the top, doctor. Oh, a very small tree. He wasn't hurt.
A very high tree, Mama. I knocked out myself, too.
And when did that happen?
Oh, last week, I think, mademoiselle.
Well, still, I'd better prescribe something.
Candy. Wait, doctor. I climbed the tree again.
Hey, an epidemic. Well, I'll pass it around.
Oh, look, doctor. See? For the fait dodo.
Oh, look, Leslie. That platform over there. That means dancing here tomorrow night.
Dancing? But what's a fait dodo?
Fait dodo means go to sleep.
You're not making much sense, you know.
Perfect sense. The grown-ups yell fait dodo to the kids. The kids go to sleep and the grown-ups dance.
Oui, mademoiselle. Fine music, too. Violin, a big fiddle, accordion. Oh, but you have never seen fait dodo. No, I'm afraid I haven't. Doctor.
Oh, by all means. Leslie, tomorrow night you'll see a fait dodo. Okay?
Wonderful. And so much to eat and dance and drink wine and...
You see, good cooking is terribly important around here. The boys propose to the pretty girls, but they marry the good cooks.
Oh, fine. I'll die an old maid. I can boil eggs and, I can boil eggs.
That's perfect. I'm crazy about boiled eggs.
Come inside then and boil eggs. Time for lunch.
Oh, Mama, not shrimps a la Boudreau.
Sure, I fix. Shrimp a la myself. Come now. Hey, kids, eat it!
Well, back home again.
The whole day's gone. I can't believe it.
Well, evening, Leslie. Hello, Doctor.
Hello. Have a good day.
Oh, yes. I hope you haven't been waiting for me.
Oh, no, but we're dining early. We're all going to the movies.
Well, I'd better say goodbye. Have a good time, and don't forget tomorrow night.
I won't. Goodbye, George, and thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Sidney. Goodbye, Doctor. Tomorrow night?
Oh, yes. The fait dodo.
Oh, splendid. Say, he's a very fine chap, that doctor. Very nice. Well, let's hurry, my dear. Your aunt can't wait to see that picture. Good dog. Well, here we are, Leslie. Belleville's only theater. Get the tickets, please.
Sure.
Mr. Sidney, did Aunt Emily say why she couldn't come?
Didn't she tell you?
No.
Oh, that's right. You were waiting out in the car. Poor woman. She was so set on coming, but it was Norbert.
Oh?
Yes. He suddenly made up his mind to work tonight. He's helpless without Emily. Really, he should be more considerate.
Well, let's go. Tickets, please. First back to the right, please.
Seats okay, Miss Calvin?
Fine.
Hey, just in time for the newsreel. To me, the newsreel's always the best part of the show.
These films, taken from a captured German U-boat, reveal beyond all doubt the wanton slaughter of ruthless submarine warfare. In the background, a British merchantman bursts aflame. Lifeboats are being lowered into the oil-drenched sea. The women and children on deck indicate the ship is carrying refugees. The submarine now reaches the position for the kill. And the second and third torpedoes are fired.
Oh, no.
Death sweeps through the sea, and with a blinding flash, the ship disintegrates. The waters blazing with oil are filled with the helpless victims.
Candy?
The submarine surfaces, but the murderers are not content. A machine gun is trained on the lifeboat.
Excuse me.
The German officer near the conning tower.
I can't look at it anymore.
Operating the second motion.
I can't.
Where are you going? Leslie.
Leslie, wait a moment. I'll come with you, Leslie.
Anything you want, Leslie?
Nothing. Good night.
It was inexcusable, my dear. I should have found out what was showing first. Please try to forgive me.
I'll be all right in the morning.
Rest well, dear. Good night.
Good night. Who is it? Who is it? Lamp. It went off by itself, and on and off and on, and... Aunt Emily! Aunt Emily! Aunt Emily!
Leslie, what's the matter? Are you ill?
Noises. And the lamp here by my bed. It went out.
The lamp? But it's on. See, dear.
I heard a noise, and the lamp went out and came on again by itself.
But it couldn't have. I mean... Oh, that noise. Oh, it's just the screen. See? It's unfastened. You mustn't be frightened, dear. Shall I turn the light out for you?
No. Oh, thank you, Aunt Emily. I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right.
I'm sure it was that awful newsreel. It must have upset you terribly. Good night, dear. I'll leave your door open.
What was it, Emily?
Yes, the light was off.
That's strange.
Oh, that poor child.
It's Calvin.
Who is it? Who's calling?
It's me, Miss Calvin. Pearson.
Pearson?
Can I come in the garden, miss?
Of course, but who are you?
Well, I used to work here, miss. Lorella, she said you was nice and kind. I've been trying to get you alone all day.
Why? What for?
Well, Mr. Cleve won't let me around here no more. I got to talk fast, miss.
Why won't he let you here?
I don't know. I worked here 12 years, miss. 12 years. And just after your aunt and uncle come down from up north, well, Mr. Cleve give me my pay and say never come back. I don't know why.
I'll try to find out, Pearson. I'll ask my aunt.
Thank you, miss. I ain't done nothing wrong, miss. Nothing in this world wrong.
I'm sure of that, Pearson.
Yes, sir. Well, the day Mr. Cleve tells me to get well, I ask could I see Mr. Lamont, and he says no, he's feeling poorly. And every time I come back, he drives me off. I remember... Oh, somebody coming, miss. I got to get away.
Leslie?
Yes?
There you are. Emily said you had a headache.
I was just resting here in the garden. I think I'll go to my room, though. It's still so warm.
I can't forgive myself for last night. Thank goodness you're no worse. Your uncle mentioned getting a psychiatrist, but I told him...
Psychiatrist?
Well, your disturbance in the night, my dear. Anyway, there's certainly no need for a psychiatrist. I told him that. You just get all the sleep you can and have patience.
Psychiatrist.
But what did she say, Florella?
She said she just couldn't eat, ma'am.
There was nothing she wanted?
No, ma'am. I guess she just don't feel well.
Dr. Grover has come. Of course, she won't want to go to the dance, but maybe she'd like to see him.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go out.
Yes, Leslie's been under the weather all day. I'm just wondering, Doctor, is she up to a night out?
Oh? What's the matter?
To tell the truth, we're not quite sure.
Why didn't you call me?
Because you have ill people to take care of, and I'm not ill.
Leslie, my dear.
Darling, you're feeling better?
Hello, Leslie. What's all this I hear?
Oh, just nonsense.
Leslie, you're not going out.
Maybe it will do her good, Mr. Sidney.
Oh, I think it's really out of the question.
Well, let's hear what Leslie has to say. Would you like to go?
Yes, I think I would.
This is most ill-advised.
I'll prescribe for Leslie, Mr. Sidney.
I'll go up now and change. I'll be down in a minute.
I'm sorry if I seemed abrupt, but as I told you, what she needs is cheering up.
Go ahead. I can't remember when I've had so much fun. Do they do this often, George?
Oh, every couple of weeks or so. Well, here's to the next one.
To the next one.
And all the others after that. You take to these dances like a native. Mama Boudreau says you must have been born dancing.
My mother used to say that my feet would have to do all the dancing for the two of us.
The two of you?
Yes, she was an invalid. She never walked from the time she was a child.
My father always carried her.
Oh.
George, would you mind if we left now?
If you wish, I'll say goodbye to the Boudreaux, and I'll take you home.
Thank you again, George, and good night.
Leslie, wait.
Yes?
Leslie, being a country doctor's wife isn't much of a future for a girl, but if you tried to overlook the bad parts, well...
George.
I'd try as hard as I know how to make it worth the trouble.
Oh, no, George, no.
I love you, darling.
Don't say that, please.
Leslie, what I'm trying to do is ask you to marry me.
And you mustn't.
Well, what's wrong, Leslie?
I can't tell you. I can't ever tell you. And I mustn't see you like this. I must never see you again, George. Goodbye.
Leslie.
Leslie? Is that you, Leslie?
Yes, Aunt Emily.
Did you have a good time?
I had a wonderful time.
Why, you're crying.
He asked me to marry him.
Dr. Grover?
Yes.
And you don't want to?
Oh, but I do.
Why, then I just don't understand.
I can't marry George or anyone else, Aunt Emily.
But why, dear?
If you knew you were going out of your mind, would you think...
I won't have you saying such things. You're much better.
No, I'm not. All the time I see and hear things that aren't there. People in their right minds don't have hallucinations.
Oh, you poor child. Did you tell Dr. Grover about it?
No, and I'm never going to see him again. Oh, why did they pull me out of the water? That's where I belong, under the water with my mother and father. Aunt Emily.
Yes?
Did you call? Did you call me?
Why, no, dear.
It's funny. I thought I heard you. I'm sorry.
Well, back to bed, dear. Good night.
Good night.
Leslie Calvin.
No.
Leslie Calvin.
Who is it?
Miss Calvin.
Jason.
Miss Calvin, did you hear your name being called?
What did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean, yes, ma'am? Did you hear my name?
Yes, ma'am, I sure did.
You heard them. That they're really there.
Yes, miss. But you shouldn't be wandering around in the dark like this.
But what are you doing in here?
Because I gotta find out. And when I do, I'll let you know. But there's one thing I do know, Miss Leslie. Whoever's out there in the swamp, it's you they want. Because they're calling your name. So get in the house, ma'am, please, right this minute.
All right, Pearson, I'll go, but...
There's the path there. I'll watch from here until you're safe back in the house.
Leslie Calvin.
Hello? Dr. George Grover, please. Yes? Oh, when will he be back? Well, would you please give him a message? Would you ask him to call Leslie Calvin? Yes, it's very important. Thank you.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. DeMille and our stars will return with Act 3 of Dark Waters in a moment. But here comes Sally. What's that she's got? Oh, a calendar.
27th, 4th, 11th, 18th.
What are you doing, Sally? Calling football signals?
At this late date, don't be silly. Nope, I'm checking up. Do you realize it's just 4 weeks before Christmas?
What about it?
Uncle Sam is asking us to do our shopping early this year, in November if possible. And that's just 3 days more.
Well, I'd better get busy. There's my sister, for instance. I've been wondering about a present for her.
Well, I'm giving mine a slip. Undies are pretty and practical, too.
I should have known you'd choose something luxable.
But of course. Besides, girls can always use another slip or nightie. Why, from Oregon to Massachusetts, the girls will welcome 1 or 2 sets.
Oh, Sally.
Don't go away. I've got another one. From Texas up to North Dakota, put underthings on your gift quota.
That's enough. I'll take your word for it.
And I'm going to tuck a box of Lux Flakes in with my sister's gift.
A hint to the wise?
Yes, or I may write a little verse to remind her. Something like, don't risk these undies in soaps that are strong. Lux keeps them new-looking 3 times as long.
More truth than poetry, Sally. It's true that strong soap and hot water ruin pretty slips in actual washing tests. Yet the very same kind of slips stayed lovely with Lux Care. New-looking 3 times longer washed the Lux way. So it pays to stick to gentle Lux Flakes. Now, back to Mr. DeMille and our stars.
I'm sure all of you would like to meet our stars in person. So after the play tonight, I'll do the next best thing and bring them to the microphone for a personal, informal chat. Now here's Act 3 of Dark Waters, starring Merle Oberon as Leslie, Preston Foster as George, and Thomas Mitchell as Sidney. The long hours of the night are sleepless hours for Leslie Calvin. As she waits for George Grover to return her telephone call, her mind frantically seeks an answer to the events that have occurred since her arrival at Rossignol. But there is no answer. And now, in the gray hours of early morning, she rouses her Aunt Emily and leads her to her room.
Somehow I feel there's no time to lose, and I must know.
Oh, I wish Dr. Grover would call. I'm sure he could prescribe something for your nerves.
There's nothing I need, Aunt Emily. Right now, for the first time in months, I feel well again. I know now that there's nothing wrong with me. Aunt Emily, what do you know about Mr. Sidney? How long have you known him?
Mr. Sidney? Why, he and Norbert have been friends since school days. He handles all your uncle's affairs. Why, he's a lifesaver to us.
And you trust him?
Leslie, what a question.
What about Mr. Cleve?
Cleve's run the plantation for years. He's done just wonders with it.
But it's got to be them, or one of them. Aunt Emily, I told you I thought I was losing my mind. Little things have been happening, things that I thought I imagined. And then tonight I heard voices. But I did hear voices. They were real voices.
Leslie, dear.
I know they were real because Pearson heard them too. Somebody's been trying to make me think I was going crazy.
It's a terrible thing to say, Leslie. I'll tell Norbert at once. He'll get to the bottom of this.
Oh, if you only knew how relieved I am. It's like being born again. And to think only a few hours ago I told George I never wanted to see him. I thought I never dared fall in love, ever. Aunt Emily, do you think he'll ask me to marry him again?
Of course he will. Such a nice young man, Leslie. And we could have the wedding right here at Rossignol. And if you want, I'll write New York. They can send me the trunk with the dress your mother wore at her wedding.
Aunt Emily, you and Mother were very close, weren't you?
Inseparable, dear.
She used to tell me about all the beaux you had and the parties you went to.
She was really the popular one, dear. She never missed a dance. Her dance program was always filled first.
Was Mother a good dancer?
Wonderful. Waltzes, two-steps, polkas.
I see. I mustn't keep you up any longer. Go back to bed, dear. We can talk at breakfast.
Oh, yes, we must. And I'm so happy you're feeling better. So happy.
Miss Leslie.
Sorella, what are you doing out here?
I was praying you'd come outside. I was praying you would.
I got up so early I thought I'd take a little walk before breakfast.
You're looking for Pearson, aren't you, miss? Aren't you?
Where is he?
Pearson's dead. That's why I had to see you.
Pearson is dead?
Last night, miss, he was murdered. Murdered. Before he died, he made me promise to tell you.
Tell me? Tell me what?
He says, tell Miss Leslie he found out. They're not your real aunt and uncle. He said to leave this place, miss. And there's one more thing I can tell you. That telegram you sent before you came here.
Yes?
It did come, miss. I seen Mr. Sidney take it. I'm going now, miss. You go, too. Please go. Please, before it's too late.
Morning, Miss Calvin.
Good morning.
Sit down, dear. I'll have your breakfast in a minute.
No, thank you, Aunt Emily. I can get it.
Florella didn't come this morning. She simply didn't come.
That's obvious. Emily, just look at these chicken livers.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry.
Wonder what's happened to Florella.
I'll get it.
Oh, no. It may be for me.
Oh.
I'll be right back.
Norbert, Leslie woke me very early this morning. Oh, there's the strangest thing.
Hello?
Leslie?
Oh, George. I've been trying to get you. When are you coming out?
Coming out? Did you say something about never wanting to see me again?
A girl can change her mind, can't she?
Yes. Yes. Well, I'm kind of tied up today, Leslie. How about tonight?
Good. Then I'll expect you right away.
Leslie, what is this?
You'll be here in an hour?
I don't get it. Leslie, you're not making sense, you know. But you can't talk. Is that it? Look, I'll be out as soon as I can, dear.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Goodbye.
Your coffee's on the table, dear.
Coming.
I take it that was the doctor, Leslie.
Yes. He'll be stopping by in a little while.
Fine. And we must see to it that you and your doctor have the veranda all to yourselves without any inconvenient dodderers about.
Thank you.
Why, Leslie, I believe you're blushing, dear.
By Jove, she is. Well.
George, thank God you're here.
Leslie, what's the matter?
I don't know how much time I'll have. I'll tell you as quickly as I can.
Well, let's go up on the porch.
I thought I was going mad. Really mad. It wasn't like that. I mean, I did hear voices, but they weren't just in my mind. Pearson heard them, too. He's dead. They killed him.
Now, wait a minute.
They killed him because he saw my real aunt and uncle before they came. They aren't. They're imposters. They wanted me to think I was losing my mind. Noises, lights, on and off, and my name. They called my name. Oh, George, that's why I said I couldn't marry you. That's why I...
Now, Leslie, try to be calm, please.
George, take me away. Quickly, please, take me away.
Of course, darling, but... Now, you must listen to me. What you need is a few more hours' sleep.
You don't know what you're saying. They'll kill me like they did Pearson.
Why would they?
You don't believe me? George, you don't believe me.
Look, darling, your trouble is simply a bad case of jitters. Now, listen. I'll be back here tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow will be too late.
Meanwhile, I want you to take these capsules. I'll write the directions down. You follow the directions and please go to bed. Now, will you do that much for me?
Yes, thank you.
Now, take one of the capsules right away. But before you do, read what's on the paper. I'll phone later and see how you are.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, George. Bye.
That you, Mr. Sidney? Oh, yes. Yes, Doctor. Something I can do? I'm worried about Leslie. She's just been telling me some pretty fantastic things. Her aunt and uncle are imposters. Somebody's going to kill her. Is this a joke, Doctor? Please. Leslie's very ill. That's awful. What can we do? Well, I want to get hold of a psychiatrist. I'll make all arrangements and bring him out here as soon as I can. All we can do, I suppose, is wait. Yes. I've given her a sedative. Just see that she isn't disturbed. No, we'll do everything we can. Oh, Doctor, would you mind dropping me by the sugar house on your way out? Glad to. Hop in.
Where are you, dear?
I'm in my room. George gave me some medicine. I've got to lie down.
The directions. Read the directions.
I'll be up in a moment, dear.
Take the capsules right away. But before you do, read what's on the paper. What's on the paper?
Stay in your room. Sidney is listening to everything we are saying. I believe you. We'll come back with help right away. Throw the capsules away and remember, I love you. Oh, George.
Come in, both of you. And close the door. Now, where's the girl?
In her room.
Wait a minute, Sidney. We heard you talking to the doctor, so he's going for a psychiatrist. You know what that means?
Certainly I know. He said psychiatrist. That will never do. He may mean police, and that will do still less.
We're getting out of here, Sidney. We don't want any part of this.
You hired us to be her aunt and uncle. But we didn't bargain for anything like murder, and you know it.
Nothing's going to happen to that girl. Do you hear? Nothing.
I'm afraid all sentimental considerations must be put aside.
I've got a pretty good idea what you're up to, Sidney. And we are leaving. You can keep the money. All of it.
Now, let's try to talk sense for a moment. My instinct is to clear out, too. This is all starting to become rather messy, and I don't like messes. All right. Suppose we did clear out.
How far do you think we'd get? To the state line.
You can stop using we. This is your problem, Sidney, not ours.
You're in it just as deeply as I am. Surely you've guessed by now what became of the real Lamonts. The less said, the better, but still, a fact is a fact.
They're dead. You killed them.
Cleve killed them.
We never saw the Lamonts. What you and Cleve did went on before we ever got here.
And if you were sitting on a jury, would you believe that? You should thank your lucky stars, both of you, that someone around here can use his head. Now go upstairs and bring down that girl. Cleve and Dr. Grover are waiting for her at the sugar house.
Hey, you awake, Doc?
Yeah.
Want a drink? Coke and rum.
Thanks.
If I was you, I'd get cockeyed, too. Here. You just don't get any more ideas of playing rough. You'll get slugged again, as per Mr. Sidney's instructions.
You do everything you're told, don't you, Cleve?
I got a mind of my own.
What's happened to Leslie?
Forget it, sport.
I can guess. The same thing that happened to her real aunt and uncle.
Sidney figured you was wise.
They're out in the bayou, under the water hyacinth.
That's where they are, all right. But not the girl. Not yet. Sidney phoned down a few minutes ago. They'll be here any minute. Nice and dark now.
Cleve, why are you afraid of Sidney?
Me? Afraid?
Well, you do all the dirty work, don't you? You don't see him pulling the trigger or using the knife? Oh, no. Not with you around to do it for him.
Get wise, will you?
Open up, please.
Okay. You see, sport, I told you they were coming. Oh, hello, Miss Calvin.
Leslie.
George, darling.
Try not to worry, dear. We're not dead yet.
Stop the boat, Cleve, if you please, Doctor.
This way. Cleve. Wait, come here.
Yeah?
Cleve.
Just a minute.
You've been drinking.
You got no right to do that, Mr. Sidney.
No impudence now, young man.
Now, look. I don't like being ordered around like dirt under somebody's feet, see? Ask me please to do something, and maybe I will and maybe I won't. But I don't take orders, see?
Cleve's two different boys, Miss Calvin. Cleve drunk and Cleve sober.
Leslie Calvin.
Well, Miss Calvin, now you understand how you heard voices calling you.
A recording.
Exactly. Operated by an electric clock.
And the lamp? That was no accident either.
Simple devices, really, but they both failed their purpose. Too bad, but they did. You see, we intended only to make you leave here. We had no violence in mind. Yes, we did everything we could for Leslie, Doctor. And tell me, Sidney, what's so important that it's worth killing the Lamonts and Pearson and now us? Why, money, of course. What else? Cleve, get that motor started.
I got two hands and that's all.
How much money? Well, bearing in mind we have no time to dicker, about $300,000. The plantation could bring much more, but after all, we're not greedy.
I can see what a nuisance I must have been arriving when I did. By the way, people are bound to ask questions about George.
We'll tell them you eloped. They'll believe it long enough for us to consummate the sale and be off. What do you mean, us? You're not trying to tell me that you intend to cut an auntie and uncle and Cleve. I beg your pardon? 5 murders, Mr. Sidney. Why not 8? Take Cleve now. What's going to keep you from disposing of Cleve after Cleve's disposed of us? That'd be only business according to your standards. And then after Cleve come the aunt and uncle.
The boat's ready.
Good lad. Untie him. Don't turn your back on him, Cleve. And keep that gun of yours off safety.
Shut up, you.
Well, darling, here we go.
I'll try to be brave, George. I'll try to be
brave. Circle around, Cleve. The hyacinths are getting thicker now.
I tell you, this is the place. They're so thick here, nothing would ever float to the surface.
It's too dark to tell anything. I want to make sure.
And I was going to be brave. I can't help it, George. I can't help it.
Easy, darling, easy. Just be ready to jump. Yes. This spot's as good as any, Cleve.
Okay. And now I got something to tell you. I'm not taking any chances, Sidney. You might pull a fast one at that. Take your gun out of your pocket and drop it overboard.
My dear boy, you're not going to take what this fellow said seriously.
There's going to be only one gun in this boat, Sidney, and that's mine.
That's telling him, Cleve.
Shut up! You heard me, Sidney.
Dr. Grover, you poisoned this boy's mind. I'm tempted to do the job on you myself.
Drop your gun over the side.
As you wish. Jump, Leslie. Jump.
Run your motor, Cleve. We'll run them down.
Can you see them?
They're heading for the Hyacinth. On your left, hurry.
George, are you all right?
My arm. The propeller.
You turn on the headlights. George, they're coming this way.
The shore's ahead of us. We'll skirt the Hyacinths. Swim. Underwater.
You make it.
I'll try, darling. I'm trying.
There they are. Shoot. Ooh, shoot.
We're out of the water. At least that's something.
George, they're out of the boats. They're coming. They're coming.
Wait till you. Get out of there. Get out of there.
Keep down, darling. They've got a flashlight.
But we can't stay here.
Well, there's quicksand around here. We've got to stay here. They may not spot us. It's black as pitch.
Your arm, George.
It's all right. Quiet, dear.
Please. Where are you? Right ahead of you. Well, wait a moment. They're here somewhere. I saw them.
Of course they're here. Take the flashlight and give me your gun.
What?
I said give me your gun. Wasted 4 shots already.
Here.
That's better. Now go straight ahead. I'll circle around.
We're wasting time.
Where are they going to go? Please, you tell me that. Where are they going to go?
Come out of there. Come on out. I'll find you.
Steve, he's coming towards us.
Hold tight, darling. And quiet. Quiet.
What chance have you got? Or would you sooner stay here with the moccasins and starve to death?
Cleve.
Where are you? Where are you?
Straight ahead, Cleve.
Well, it's about time. Sidney! Sidney! Quicksand! I'm sinking! Sidney, hurry!
Where are you?
This way! Quicksand! Sidney, help! Help!
Don't struggle, Cleve.
He's going under, George. He's going under.
You can't get out by yourself, Cleve.
Sidney! Sidney, I can't, please!
You can't see him, Sidney. His flashlight's gone, but he's right ahead of you. Throw the gun over here, and I'll get him out for you.
Sidney, throw the gun!
You've got only 3 bullets left now, Sidney. Only 3.
Don't shoot. Throw the gun. I'm sinking. Help!
You better hurry, Sidney.
Help!
Well, Sidney, he's gone now. You've lost your guide. You'll never get out of here now unless I lead you. Go on. Try and get out if you don't believe me. Cleve knew the swamps, and look what happened to Cleve. No, not that way, Sidney. It looks solid enough, but it's quicksand. What are you waiting for? You've got your choice of 2 things. You can... Oh. Your choice of 2 things.
George!
Stay down, darling. Down. There's only 1 bullet left now. Well, come and get us, Sidney. Or just turn around and get back to the boat if you can. But I won't pull you out, Sidney. I'll let you sink as you let Cleve sink. 1 bullet. And after that's gone, you'll stay here forever, too.
George, he's coming. He's coming.
Go on, Sidney, shoot. And then figure out how you'll save yourself. So you can throw me that gun and let me show you the way out.
There. There's the gun.
I thought you'd understand. Lost in the swamp at night. It's hard on the nerves. All right, Sidney. Turn around and start walking. Leslie?
Yes?
I'm afraid I'll have to lean on you, dear.
Oh, George, darling.
Hurry, darling. The boat's not far off. We'll make it all right. We'll make it. Leslie, do you think you can take the wheel, darling?
Yes, I'll try, George.
Good girl. You can be a remarkably silent man, Mr. Sidney.
When there's nothing to say, Doctor, I make it a point to say nothing. I'm contemplating my future.
If I were you, I'd leave that to the state of Louisiana.
Uh-huh. Perhaps you're right.
Straight ahead, Leslie. You're doing fine.
Straight ahead, darling. Straight ahead. And I'm not afraid, George. I'm all right. I'm all right.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. Meanwhile, listen. Which one of these scenes might happen in your kitchen? This one?
I'm Nancy.
And I'm the strong soap she uses in her dishpan.
I hate washing dishes. It leaves my hands so red and rough.
That's my work. Every time Nancy puts her hands in the dishpan, I go for 'em. I sting 'em and roughen 'em and make 'em red. You should have seen her husband's face last night when he introduced her to his captain.
Or in your kitchen, is it this scene?
I'm Jane, and I'm Gentle Lux Flake, the soap she uses for dishes. My hands don't get that dishpan look. Why, they're just as nice after washing dishes as before. That's because I take such good care of Jane's hands. I don't make them red and rough. I keep them soft and smooth and lovely. Jim was so proud of her when she pinned on his wings. Prettiest hands I've ever seen, he said.
If your hands are dishpan red like Nancy's, you can change them. Yes, change them to lovely Lux hands like Jane's. Just change from strong soaps to Lux Flakes for dishes.
And I'll tell you another secret. Lux is thrifty. It does more dishes than ordinary soap.
Tests proved it. Ounce for ounce, Lux does up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps. Get a big box for dishes today. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
And now our stars, having settled their problems, for better or worse, return to happier surroundings for their curtain calls. And I expect all three of you are glad to be back on solid ground.
Well, I'm sort of sorry to leave Louisiana, CB. There's wonderful duck hunting in those marshes.
And if you mention the name Foster to a duck, he ducks.
Oh.
Yes, so I hear. A few weeks ago, we had Frank Morgan on the stage, Preston. He gave us a sample of hog calling. I hear you're pretty good at duck calling.
No fooling. How do you do it, Press?
Sure.
Well, first you have to put out your decoys.
Decoys?
Yeah, that's a stand-in for a duck. You know what a duck is.
Yes, a chicken on snowshoes.
Well, you you put out your decoys, and then you give them the old come-on like this. Whack, 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 whack.
That's very good, Preston, but how about geese?
Well, geese are a little bit different. Now, for geese, it's something like this.
Preston, I wouldn't talk like that even to a goose.
Tommy, how are you with a shotgun, Tommy?
Well, I once got a duck at 75 yards. He dropped from over 100 feet.
Why did you waste your shells? The fall alone would have killed him.
Merle, I'm not sure you've had the right experience to go duck hunting.
Of course I have. I shot a duck once. Hit him in the head and foot.
Foot and head? Both?
Mm-hmm.
How'd that happen?
Don't ask me. He must have been scratching his head.
Oh, no. Well, I think you're safer at home listening to the Lux Radio Theater.
What will you have for us on Lux next week, CP?
Well, I spent one of the most absorbing evenings the other night watching Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's motion picture hit, The Unguarded Hour. The next morning, I hastened to secure it for the Lux Radio Theater, and that's our play for next Monday night. It's a story full of suspense, involving a woman who, in trying to save her husband from disgrace, becomes trapped in a mystery that even Scotland Yard can't solve. And for our stars, we have a very special treat in the handsome shape of Robert Montgomery. His first appearance on the Lux Radio Theater after 4 years in the Navy. And with Bob, we have the ever-lovely Lorraine Day.
Sounds like a great homecoming for Bob, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You sail through dark waters beautifully. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Lorraine Day in The Unguarded Hour. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
American housewives have a vitally important job, saving kitchen fats and greases that are desperately needed in our final drive for victory. Don't waste a drop of this essential war material. Put your waste fats in a clean can and rush them to your butcher. He'll give you 2 red ration points and 4 cents for each pound. The motion picture Dark Waters, starring Merle Oberon, Francho Tone, and Thomas Mitchell, was produced by Benedict Bogus and released through United Artists. Preston Foster will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Thunderhead, Son of Flicka. Thomas Mitchell can currently be seen in Darrell F. Zanuck's Technicolor picture, Wilson. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Seal, Leo Cleary, Janet Scott, Norman Field, Ruby Dandridge, Tyler McVeigh, Gloria Charmley, Yana Delos, Mickey Kuhn, and Horace Willard. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Unguarded Hour with Robert Montgomery and Lorraine Day.
Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Better cook with Spry, 'cause you'll be a better cook with Spry.
Cakes, pies, fried foods, everything tastes better made with new Easy Mix Spry shortening. So for light, fluffy cakes, tender...
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, The Age of Innocence. The starring players...
This is Merle Oberon.
This is John Payne. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild players in the RKO picture, The Age of Innocence, a poignant story of old New York based on the famous novel by Edith Wharton. It stars Merle Oberon as Ellen Mingott and John Payne as Newland Archer. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players in The Age of Innocence.
Nancy, I've only got 2 days leave. Why waste good time on an old picture album?
Well, when you marry me, you marry my family. You want to know something about them, don't you?
Well, I know you. That's enough for me.
Oh, silly. This was my grandfather, Grandpa Newland.
Sideburns, huh? What was he made up for?
Johnny, don't be disrespectful. And this one was my grandmother May. She was very young then.
Not bad, not bad. Say, who's that other gal?
Oh, that was Grandma's cousin Ellen. She was a countess.
Sure looks like she had plenty of zing.
I've always thought she was very beautiful. You know, ever since I was a kid, I've wondered about her and asked about her, but the family never says very much, and... Well, sometimes I just wish she could talk. And if I could talk, what would I say? How could I make you understand? New York was different then. It was so formal and so prim. The social customs rigid as Milady's stays. And still I felt I must go back. I must go home. Although I knew there would be talk. Oh, yes,
I knew how busy tongues would wag.
My dear, have you heard? Ellen Mingott is back.
But she lived in Europe for years and years. What in the world would bring her home now?
They say she's left her husband, Count Olenska. There's been talk of a scandal.
How simply disgraceful. Of course, she won't be accepted in decent society.
Oh, you underestimate her grandmother Mingott.
You mean that Mrs. Mingott would even dare?
Oh, yes, indeed. Tonight, in fact, she's bringing her to May Welland's engagement reception.
Granny, do you think I should have come? Doesn't New York society consider me suspect?
Let society think what it wishes, Ellen. I made the rules here for 20 years.
Granny! Ellen!
Oh, there's your cousin May now.
Granny, here's Newland. I captured him for you.
Hello there, Granny Mingott.
Oh, what sort of a greeting is that, young man? Don't I get a kiss?
You most certainly do.
Oh, makes me feel young again.
Cousin May, I think we're lucky to get him in the family.
I think so, too. Newland, you remember my cousin Ellen?
Ellen Mingott? Of course.
That was all. Just those few words. And then you smiled at me, Newland, and took my hand. And somehow in that very first moment, I think I knew why I'd come home. But it wasn't until later that evening we had a chance to talk alone. And really, I never meant to say what I did. It started as a simple conversation, quite proper,
Did
quite
you have
polite.
a pleasant trip over, Countess?
Very, thank you.
I suppose you see lots of changes in New York.
Yes, and in the people, too.
The people? How?
Oh, everyone is so kind to me now. And I left here broken-hearted, my whole life over.
But you were only a child.
I was 8, and I'd suffered a very cruel disappointment. I'd been publicly snubbed by my secret hero.
Why, not really.
Oh, yes. It happened at Cousin May's birthday party. He wouldn't dance with me. I was too little.
Why, the nasty little wretch.
Yes, weren't you?
You should have just... Me? Are you trying to say that was...
Really, you know, you were such a horrid little boy.
But I don't understand. I mean that...
Don't worry. I forgave you years ago.
Are you sure?
If you wish, I'll prove it. I'll give you that poor lost dance right now.
Now?
You won't refuse me this time, will you?
Why, of course not. And I'll never believe that I ever did.
Newland, my dearest, if you'd only guessed what it meant to me, after all those weary years, to be home, to see you again, to hear your voice. But you belonged to May. You loved each other. I told myself I had no right. I must fill my life with something else. And so I tried. Not always wisely, perhaps, but I tried. And Granny was a little worried, I think.
Is that you, Ellen? Come in. I'm just having my tea.
Oh, Granny, how wonderful. How would you guess I'd be chilled to the bone?
Well, if you must go driving in cold weather like this, 2 lumps of sugar.
Thanks. And I wasn't driving. I was walking.
With whom, my dear?
With Mr. Beaufort.
A married man.
I thought his wife would be along, but it seems she doesn't like the cold. This tea is good.
Ellen, you know what the Beaufort reputation is. No nice woman would be seen walking up Fifth Avenue with him in broad daylight.
Darling, would you rather I'd walk with him at night?
Would I rather you... Oh, that's very good. As good an answer as I've ever had.
As a matter of fact, we were out on business. Mr. Beaufort helped me find a charming house.
A house? Ellen, child, you're not leaving me.
Darling, you've been very sweet, wanting me to stay with you. But it's time I set up for myself again.
But in a house? Alone?
I'll have my maid with me. Really, Granny, it'll be better that way. I won't have to see so much of the family. And they'll feel less embarrassed, too. I mean, when the action starts.
Action? What on earth are you talking about?
I stopped in to see Mr. Blair today. I've asked him to get me a divorce.
A divorce?
And there's no use arguing. My mind's made up, Granny. There's absolutely nothing you can say.
Indeed there is, and I'll say it right now. I'll have another cup of tea.
I'm a little early, I believe. I have an appointment with Mr. Blair.
Yes, madame. This way, please. The Countess Olenska, sir.
Come in, Ellen.
Why, Newland, this is such a surprise.
Why, you knew I was with Mr. Blair's firm.
Yes, I did, in a way, but...
Well, he had to leave for Washington quite suddenly, so he asked me to take over your case. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. And how is May? She promised to come see my little house.
Well, she's been so busy. You know they're leaving for Florida this week.
Yes, of course. Newland, I'm so glad you're going to handle my case. Mr. Blair's so old, it's hard to make him understand. He feels with the family that I'm making a mistake.
Ellen, are you sure you aren't?
But Newland...
If your husband chooses to fight the case, he'll say things that'll be unpleasant, that will be painful and disagreeable to you.
Yes, I know, but I thought
Your family, the people who are fondest of you, feel that no advantage you might gain could possibly be worth the damage to your reputation.
I see.
You mustn't think I'm blaming you for anything that might have happened. You were lonely and unhappy.
No, not always lonely. Newland, I'm not mincing words. You mustn't expect me to. I want my freedom. I'm not going to pretend.
Pretend?
I'm a woman who must have love, who must be loved. Do you think I'm horrible to say that?
No. I think you're being very honest.
Don't you see? Don't you think maybe it's not too late for me, even now? Maybe I can start all over, choose for myself, as you have. One from all the rest. Lover, companion, friend, everything. Like you and May.
But there are so many others to think of.
Yes. I thought you'd say that.
Think of Granny Mingott. She loves you, Ellen. She'd stand by you, but it would break her heart. And all the rest of the family. If I didn't show you how they feel, what it would do to them, it wouldn't be fair of me, would it?
No, it wouldn't be fair. Very well, I'll think it over.
Ellen, if you only knew, I do so want to help.
I know you do. Thank you, dear cousin. And goodbye.
It's not right. It's not fair. It's not...
Beg pardon, sir. Is anything wrong?
Wrong? The whole confounded world is wrong.
What was it, Newland? Was it just pity? Sympathy? A feeling of sorrow because I was lost? Or was it something else? What made you send me roses one day without a card? What took you past my house one afternoon? What made you pause, turn halfway to the door, then hurry on again? And then, at last one evening, what was it really that brought you inside?
I've been meaning to come see your house. I rather like it, Ellen.
I like it, too. Though, of course, the neighborhood isn't very fashionable. Newland, why is it that all your fashionable houses have to be the same color?
I guess because we're afraid of being different. It's something I've thought a good deal about lately. I must confess, I've been thinking about you, too.
About me?
Yes, I've changed my mind. I think you're entitled to your freedom. I want to help you get it.
But what about all the things you said?
It's your life and your happiness. You've a right to decide these things for yourself.
The family.
Oh, hang the family. The family's wrong, and so is I.
I don't think so, Newland.
But, Ellen, you wanted so much.
I know. But I've been doing some thinking, too. It's better if I just forget about my divorce.
Better for whom?
Better for everyone.
You're bringing in the family again. And now I'm only concerned with you and your happiness.
Newland, do you really want me to be happy?
Of course I do.
Then you must run along and let me change. I'll be late for Granite.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean...
You're such a dear. By the way, when are you planning to be married?
Not till next fall. May's family believes in long engagements.
Oh, silly. You've known each other all your lives. Newland, will you do something for me?
Anything? What?
I do so want to see you happy. Write to May in Florida. Tell her you want to be married at once. Will you?
Yes. I'll write tomorrow.
Promise?
I promise.
Good night, then. And, oh, I'm sorry. I never thanked you for the roses.
Rose? How did you know? I sent no card.
Newland, sometimes I wonder what you're going to be when you grow up. Good night. I tried so hard. And Newland, you tried too. You tried to deny what you had found in your heart. How carefully we managed not to meet or talk for fear that one of us might speak the truth.
Long, lonely days, and even lonelier nights. Until the Van Leydens asked me up for the weekend. I didn't know you'd be there, but you were. They'd asked you, too. And then at last we were alone. You were so grave and quiet, but your eyes were eager. I think I was a little frightened then. I tried to make small talk. I said, "This is such a lovely old room, isn't it?" Newland?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was saying it's such a lovely old room.
The house has been here since 1610.
The fire, too? Has it been burning on the hearth all these hundreds of years?
No. I think it flamed into life when you came in, as everything else does. Ellen, dear.
No, please, we mustn't. They'll be getting back from church.
I don't care. I don't care about anything in the world but you, Ellen.
I can't fight anymore. I can't. Hold me close, Newland. Don't let me go. Ever.
Darling. But you're crying. Why?
Because I feel that all in one moment I'd been born and had died.
But this is the first moment we've ever lived. It's all so simple for us now.
For us. And for May?
May will understand. I'll tell her everything. She'll give me my freedom.
Newland, she's so young, so innocent. We can't steal from her.
How can you steal what she doesn't have? It's you I love. Only you, Ellen. I'll go to her. I'll make her see it's my fault.
Newland, you young scamp. Where are you?
It's Granny. They're back.
Well, this is where you've been hiding. We've a little surprise for you, young man. He's in here, May.
May?
Newton, darling.
May, you're home. I thought that...
We got in from Florida this morning. When I learned you were here... Oh, Newland, they've consented. Papa and Mom have consented, dearest. We're going to be married right away.
The curtain falls on Act One of the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players. And now the spotlight is on you. How does your skin look in the glare of bright lights? If you really want to know, well, here's an interesting experiment Lady Esther asks you to make.
I'm going to ask you to do a strange thing. I'm going to ask you to shut your eyes tight. Right now, while you're listening to me, shut your eyes and run your fingers gently over your face. You see, in the dark, your sense of touch becomes much sharper. What do you feel as your fingers explore your skin? Do you feel a lovely smoothness, like the soft touch of satin? Or does your skin feel a little dry and flaky? Do you feel little bumps here and there? Now you can get rid of that dryness with Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream. You can instantly make your skin look and feel smoother, younger, finer textured. And I make no claims I'm not prepared to prove. I ask you to make the Lady Esther patch test. I ask you to compare results with the results from any cream you've ever used, regardless of price. To make the test, just rub a little Lady Esther face cream on one patch of skin, like your forehead, chin, or cheek. Wipe it off, and then see and feel the difference. See how much fresher and clearer it looks than all the skin around it. Feel how the dry, rough flakes are gone. And remember, what happens to that one cheek will happen to your entire face when you use Lady Esther face cream. For 1, it thoroughly cleans your skin. 2, it softens your skin. 3, it helps nature refine the pores. And 4, it leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Remember, these are facts you can prove for yourself. The patch test takes only 30 seconds. And in 30 seconds, half a minute, you can see and feel the exciting difference Lady Esther face cream makes in your skin.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of The Age of Innocence, starring John Payne as Newland Archer and Merle Oberon as Ellen Mingut. Ellen continues our story.
May was so young, so terribly happy. We couldn't bear to break her heart. And so you were married, Newland, my dearest. And almost before I realized that you were gone, you and May, to Europe on your honeymoon. You were gone. But that didn't make it any easier for me. I was waiting, Newland, waiting for you. And then at last you were back, but I couldn't face you. Yes, I ran away that afternoon. I went to the park, hoping you'd be gone when I returned to the house. But they wouldn't have it that way. They sent you after me.
Helen!
Newland. Oh.
I'm all out of breath. I've been walking so fast. I was so afraid I wouldn't find you. I was almost ready to shout.
That's silly.
I've been looking forward so long to seeing you. I thought perhaps you'd gone, and even now I can't believe it. It might all be a dream only. Only you're so much more than I remembered.
Newland, you mustn't.
I won't say anything you don't want me to. I promise I won't. If only you won't go away. If only I can see you sometimes, just to know you're near, to talk to you.
Newland, they'll be waiting for us at Granny's. I think we'd better go back.
Ellen, my dear.
Yes?
Why have you hidden yourself out here in the conservatory? Why have you run away from our party?
Newland, please go back inside. If anyone found us out here together...
Oh, don't worry. I won't even touch your hand. I wouldn't dare. If I did, I'd have to take you in my
You
arms.
promised. You said that if I came tonight...
I know I promised. I'd promise anything for the chance of seeing you. And then when I do, I forget my promises. I forget everything but... Ellen, I've got to see you alone.
No.
Tomorrow afternoon.
No.
The Museum of Art. I'll be waiting for you.
Newland.
Yes?
How many times have we met here like this?
I've never counted them. Each time I feel it's the first. Ellen, you're not going to stop.
I'm afraid that Granny has an idea. Every afternoon now she thinks of 1,000 things she wants me to do.
I know. Blair, too. He's sending me to Washington again tonight.
Oh, for how long?
2 or 3 days, perhaps a week. Sometimes I think they're all banded together, watching, pretending not to, trying to keep me from seeing you.
Yes, I felt it, too.
Ellen, I can't go on like this, living on a few stolen moments. I've got to tell May. I'll throw myself on her generosity
And undo everything we've done to protect her? Besides, what would be the use? If the family dreaded my divorce, do you think for a moment they'd allow May?
Then to the devil with the family. We'll go away. Away from everything. To some place where people can be free.
And where is that place? Has anyone ever found it? Over there we think it's here. And here we think it's over there.
We'll find it, darling. We'll find it together.
Oh, my dearest, it's not fair. To know that life is slipping by and after that, only death and dust and oblivion and... Newland, take me to Washington with you tonight.
But May, my dear child, are you positive?
Yes, Granny. We've been seen together, and Newland has seemed so strange, so far away. He's been kind, of course, but...
What are you going to do about it?
Well, Newland's going to Washington tonight. I thought I'd ask Ellen to stay with me. Perhaps if I could talk to her.
Yes. Ellen loves you very much.
And I love her. I really...
Granny, where are you, darling?
There she is. You can ask her now. In the sunroom, Ellen.
Dearest, I didn't mean to be so long. Oh, May.
Hello, Ellen. I came over to
Darling,
ask you...
Darling, not now.
I'm in such a rush. I'm going out of town tonight.
Out of town?
Oh, I'll be back soon. And we can have a nice long talk. You'll excuse me, won't you? I've simply got to pack.
Oh, Granny.
You're not giving up.
But if she's going away...
She hasn't gone yet. Why don't you go upstairs? Maybe you can help her. Pack.
Conductor, are you sure this is the only train for Washington?
Yes, sir. All aboard, please.
And that's the only gate?
That's all.
Strange. She said she'd be here. If anything has happened to her...
We're starting, sir. You getting on?
No, Conductor. I've changed my mind. Jenkins, is Countess Olenska here?
Why, no, sir. She's gone.
How long ago did she leave?
Oh, I should say they left
They?
about...
You mean someone was with her?
The family, sir. They're seeing her off. I understand it was quite sudden, sir.
Seeing her off sudden? Jenkins, what are you trying to say?
The Countess is sailing for Europe, sir.
And so, once more you came to me, Newland, after all the others had gone. There was only the barest moment left. You looked so wild and angry as you came striding down the deck.
Ellen! Darling, what's the meaning of this?
Newland, I didn't expect to see you. I'm so glad you came to say goodbye.
Goodbye? But, darling, our plans are...
Newland, please. It has to be this way.
Who says it has to be this way? Who says it has to be?
Darling, please help me. Don't make it any harder.
Did you really think you could do this to us?
Oh, my dearest, please.
I don't blame you for not wanting to hide our love in the dark as though we're ashamed of it, but to run away like this...
Darling, there's the whistle. You have to go.
I warn you, I'll be coming over on the next boat. I'll follow you. If it's just to touch your hand, I'll follow you across the world.
Newland, listen to me, dear. I love you for saying that. I love you for all the things you are. I'd ask nothing more than that our dreams come true. But your place is here. Your wife and your child.
Child?
May told me about it this afternoon.
A child? I didn't know.
All visitors ashore, please. All visitors ashore.
This is goodbye, Newland. And yet, it's not goodbye. Wherever I go, whatever I do, you'll be with me, darling, in my heart, through all my life, through all that might come afterward. Newland, my dearest, I've always loved you. I always will. Oh.
Say, Nancy. Hey, Nancy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. I was dreaming over this picture, I guess. Johnny, do you think she had a happy life?
Well, 2 will get you 5. All you have to do is look at her. I'll bet she was the happiest of the whole darn lot.
Thank you, Merle Oberon and John Payne, for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight. We are grateful indeed for your fine performances.
We're glad to be here, Mr. Bradley. We look forward to our appearances with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players because we know that the benefits from these programs go to support the Motion Picture Relief Fund Country House. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Oberon. Ladies, I'd like you to see with your own eyes exactly what happens when you apply Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream to one part of your face. I'd like you to see the look of freshness and clarity that patch of skin takes on. I'd like you to feel the difference. Feel how much softer and smoother that patch of skin has become. That's why I ask you to make the Lady Esther patch test. It will show you in 30 seconds more than I could tell you in an hour. Here's all you do. Rub a little Lady Esther face cream on one cheek or on one part of your forehead or chin. Wipe it off and then look in your mirror. See how clean and fresh that patch of skin looks. Run your fingers over your face. Feel the silky, petal-smooth softness of it. Now, what happened to that one patch of skin will happen to all your face when you apply Lady Esther face cream, for it does the 4 things your skin needs most for beauty. Many women who thought they were born with a bad skin write and tell me they see an exciting difference after the very first application. Convince yourself. Feel with your fingertips how much smoother your skin becomes. and see how much more beautiful your face powder looks after just one application of Lady Esther face cream.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Walt Disney's Pinocchio. It will star Fanny Bryce as Baby Snooks and Hanley Stafford as Daddy. Be sure to listen. Merle Oberon can soon be seen in the Columbia picture A Song to Remember. John Payne can soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, The Dolly Sisters. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night, everyone. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild players in Universal International's dramatic story, This Love of Ours. It stars Merle Oberon as Florence, Joseph Cotton as Michael, Sue England as Suzette, and Elliot Lewis as Targell. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players in This Love of Ours.
I won't worry about you while you're away. I won't worry one bit.
I'm glad to know that, Suzette.
I won't worry because Mother will be watching over you. Daddy, she will be watching in heaven, won't she? Won't she, Daddy?
Yes, darling.
Of course. And I'll say a special prayer to her. And then I know you'll be safe, even in Chicago.
Poor Suzette. So much was to happen in Chicago. So much that was to change her life and mine. It was the night our medical convention ended, and my old friend Dr. Barnes felt like celebrating.
Michael, you've got to see this place. Just a little dive, you understand, but this fellow Targell is simply amazing. Does a portrait of you while you're sitting there, with just a few broad strokes.
Barnes was right on 2 counts. The place was a dive. Targell was an artist. He went from table to table sketching the patrons. Fantastic portraits with just a few bold lines. While his assistant, a woman, played the piano. I never knew what made me turn to look at her, but I did. And just at that moment, she looked at me. Our eyes met, and the whole world seemed to spin. And then...
Michael, you look like you'd seen a ghost. What's the trouble, old man?
Nothing. I think I need a drink.
Not a bad idea. Oh, Mac.
You want something, Doc?
2 more of the same. Bourbon and soda.
Right.
Hold it, Mac. These gentlemen look lonesome. Maybe they'd like to buy me a drink.
Why, of course. Make it 3, Mac.
3 bourbon and soda.
Thanks.
Please sit down. You're Targell's assistant, aren't you?
That's right. The name is Florence.
Florence.
What's the matter? Don't you like the name?
Yes, I do, but...
I don't have to ask your name. You're the famous Dr. Tuzak. Picture was in the paper today.
Well, that's a compliment, Michael. Why not smile for the lady?
You'll have to excuse me.
Here you are, gents. Yours, Florence?
Thanks, Mac. Dr. Tuzak, may I propose your health? Or is that a bad thing to say to a doctor?
Look here, I want to talk to you. I've got to see you alone.
Now, just a minute.
Oh, I'm sure the doctor's interest is purely professional. He can just look at me and tell I've been ill.
Please.
And as it happens, he's right. I've been sick a long time. Shall I tell you something? At It's rather strange. Just seeing Dr. Tuzak has made me feel better.
Oh, don't joke. It's nothing to joke about, please. If you'll just let me see you alone, let me talk to you. Come to my hotel, the Drake.
Lance, my dear.
Coming, Joseph. Gentlemen, Mr. Targell is my boss. If you will excuse me.
Wait, please. Michael, what's the matter with you? What's this all about? Why should you want to see her alone? She's my wife. I had no chance to speak to her again. She slipped out of the place before I could stop her. I spoke to Targell, but he would tell me nothing. And so at last I went back to my hotel to a troubled sleep and a rude awakening.
Dr. Tuzak! Tuzak, open up!
Yes? Oh, Mr. Targell.
Brought you the morning paper, Doctor.
Okay.
Here, have a look. Front page, second column. I think you'll recognize the picture.
Cafe entertainer shoot cell. Oh, no.
She's still alive.
Where?
Center Hospital. You better hurry. Doctor, will she live?
If she wants to live. Why did you do it, Targell? Why?
I thought you'd know. Here, maybe this will explain it for you.
A book?
A diary. She gave it to me when she left last night, asked me to read it. Here's a good place to start, I think.
May 16th, 1930. 12 years ago.
It was in Paris, I believe.
May 16th. Paris still loves us. The show gave its 100th performance today. I think we've set a record for American reviews. But that wasn't what made the day important
for me. It was something else. I sprained my ankle just before the matinee. I sprained my ankle, and I met a doctor. It's funny. I'd expected a Paris doctor, half frock coat and half beard. And then this one walked in, young and good-looking and very professional.
Just a sprain, mademoiselle. I'll tape it up. You'll be all right in a few days.
A few days?
A few days? Well, we've got a matinee in 5 minutes.
Beg your pardon, your profession is...
Well, I'm Ed Chadwick. Well, you know, the hoofer, the dancer.
Well, I'm the doctor, and she can't walk for at least 4 days.
4 days? Well, Karen, we just can't let the show go.
Now, Ed, he's the doctor. And Vivian can take my spot for a while. She's been dying for the chance.
Well, if we have to, I'd better go and tell her she's on.
Don't let him frighten you, Doctor. Just keep on bandaging.
I will.
And I do want to thank you for getting here so quickly.
Oh, it was just from next door, the Research Institute. I do research in my spare time.
Research? That sounds very impressive.
Well, my rabbits and guinea pigs take me seriously. Yeah, there we are. Think that bandage will hold? Would you like to try to walk?
Walk? You said I shouldn't.
Oh, I did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and there's such a nice cafe down the street. Outdoors, nice, sunny.
Well, if you put it that way.
I do, definitely. And as your doctor, I prescribe it.
And I always do just what the doctor orders. June 12th. Almost a month. I've seen him every night since we met. And every night I want to see him again. July 21st. I think I'm in love. I think he is, too. If he'd just tell me so. August 14th. It's happened. At last. This afternoon. Ed had just told me we were closing the show, going on to London. And then Michael came.
Karen, is it true? You're leaving Paris?
I'm afraid so, Michael. I just found out myself.
Karen, will you be coming back to Paris?
Someday, perhaps.
Soon?
Maybe next year.
Next year, you might as well say next century.
Well, anyway, we have tonight. We can do all of Paris. All of the places we love, and then...
Hey, Karen, come on, get yourself some champagne. Oh, hiya, Doc, just celebrating the closing, that's all.
Ed, how long will we be on tour?
Oh, I don't know, maybe 3-4 years. Hey, you better make that au revoir. Good one, Doc. I'll run along and give you lots of room.
Oh, now, Ed.
So long, Pat. See you at the station. Goodbye, Doc.
Ed's amusing, isn't he, Michael? Michael, what's the matter?
You let him kiss you.
Oh, he's just had too much champagne. Ed always likes to celebrate her. Why, Michael, you're jealous.
Not at all. I like to see men come in and kiss you.
Oh, I'm ashamed of you. Don't you know when people in show business kiss, it doesn't mean a thing?
Doesn't.
Of course not. No more than this.
Karen.
Oh, my dear.
Karen, tell me.
Dear.
My kiss. Does it also mean nothing?
Darling, it means everything. Everything.
all the rest of my life. July 21st again. A whole year gone by. I can scarcely believe it. Perhaps it's gone so fast because I've been so happy. And now we've got Suzette, 1 month old today. And Michael is simply crazy about her. I am too. I've never loved anyone just that way. Not even Michael. And I do love him. Next to Suzette, more than anyone in the world. June 21st. Suzette is 1 year old today, and her father has bought her the loveliest doll. Oh, poor Michael, what it must have cost him. Lunches that he went without, and walking to make calls instead of taking the bus. It worries me to see him work so hard, trying to continue his research and take care of us, too. There must be something I can do to help. There must be something. June 21st again. Suzette is 2. We're having a birthday party for her. A birthday cake and everything. Michael was worried about the cost. He questioned me, but I got him off on something else. I couldn't tell him where the money's coming from. I couldn't. I know there's been talk in the neighborhood, but I'll have to risk it. Only 2 things are important now. Suzette must have her chance, and Michael must have his. He ought to be home any minute now. Our guests and the children are out in the garden. Oh, I'm so happy I could...
Karen, he's here. Michael is home.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. I'll be right down. Michael, I'm so glad you've come. I have the grandest surprise for you.
Another one?
Michael. You should see the cake Monsieur Chabon sent. I only ordered a little one.
I know. I was at Monsieur Chabon's.
Oh, then it was you who sent that beautiful...
I sent nothing. I simply stood there and listened to our neighbors' gossip. I stood there and learned about your afternoon excursions.
Michael.
Not only learned about them, but saw for myself.
Michael, our guests...
Everyone knew. Everyone but the husband, everyone but me.
Please, Michael, when we're alone...
Alone? What makes you think we will ever be alone again?
Darling, you're wrong. What you're thinking is wrong. It's not true.
You think I would stand here and accuse you if I hadn't seen it for myself?
Michael, believe me, you're wrong. I did go to someone's house, but it's
Why do you bother to lie? I know others know. It's common talk. You're marked as a...
You're lucky I didn't let you say it. If you had, I'd have killed you. June 22nd. It's all over now. Last night I locked myself in my room, cried myself to sleep. And this morning when I came down, the house was deserted. No one, nothing. Only his note. I have taken Suzette away. Where we have gone, when we will return, can be no concern of yours.
Take what you wish from here, and never let either of us see you again.
Doctor, I imagine you remember that note?
Yes, I was crazy with anger when I wrote it.
Not a very pretty story. The rest of it either.
You know the rest?
Oh, yeah, she's told me quite a bit. She learned somehow that you'd come to America, and she worked her way over here. Couldn't get a job in the theater, ended up working for me. Not very much of a career, I suppose, but I've done what I could for her.
Thank you.
Now the question is, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I don't know.
Michael, I want to talk to you.
Yes?
I'm feeling pretty well again. These weeks in the country have done me a lot of good.
I'm glad, Karen.
I think you'd better call me Florence.
If you prefer.
I do prefer it. Karen is dead. She died June 21st, 12 years ago.
Please, if you'd just let me tell you...
I told you a dozen times. It's no use.
I'm sorry. I spoke to Suzette today, long distance.
How is she?
She's fine, but lonely.
Well, you'll be going home soon?
Yes. Karen, I want you to go back with me. Not for my sake, for hers. She needs her mother.
She thinks her mother's dead. You told her that. You've admitted it.
Oh, what else could I do? Please, I know I can't make up for what I did to you, but I beg you. Don't think of your hatred for me, but of your love for Suzette and of Suzette's love for you. Please, Karen. For her.
All right. For Suzette, I'll try it.
I'll go back with you.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Among your many friends, perhaps you know a woman who is like this. She's alert and modern in every way except one. She still uses a lot of different creams and lotions for her skin. She doesn't know that science has found a better way to keep skin looking fresher and younger. This takes only a few minutes each day. You use only one cream, my Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. Simply smooth on this one gentle cream and then wipe it off. The cream itself does the work, not your fingers. It's so soft it doesn't need rubbing in. This one cream alone is all you need because, you see, Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream does all 4 things your skin needs most for beauty. It thoroughly cleanses your skin. It softens your skin. It helps nature refine the pores. And it leaves a perfect base for your powder. To speed up and increase the results, just do this. Once a day after applying the cream and wiping it off, immediately repeat the process. Again apply Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream and wipe it off. Now this is the most important part because after cleaning off surface makeup and dirt, it's this second creaming that gets after that clinging oily film which clouds your skin. Remove this and naturally you see new tone, new color, a fresher, clearer, younger look. You feel a smoother softness, and you look years younger.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of This Love of Ours, starring Joseph Carton, Merle Oberon, and Sue England with Elliot Lewis.
Neither Karen nor I had ever got a divorce. We were still legally married, so we decided she should go back to California as my wife Florence, whom I had married in Chicago. That much we were able to discuss on the train, but beyond that one fact...
There's nothing else to discuss. Nothing else to explain.
But there is. Karen, if you'll just let me tell you what happened
It's too late now. 10 years too late. Now, what about Suzette?
Well, at first you'll just be a stepmother to her, but I hope that later she will sense you are more than that. I would tell her the truth at once, but I'm afraid it would be too much of a shock.
I understand. You know, I'm doing this only for her.
I realize that.
You know that when she learns the truth, she may hate you as much as I do.
Yes, I know.
And you realize that nothing you can do will make me stop hating you?
I expect nothing.
Good. And we understand each other. Just remember to call me Florence when you introduce me to my daughter.
Daddy, I'm so glad you're back. I'm so glad.
Oh, so am I, darling. Got my wire from the train?
Yes, Daddy.
Well, there's someone who wants to meet you very much.
Hello, Suzette.
How do you do?
Suzette, you'll have to say more than that, or Florence will think I've brought you up badly.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm very glad you're here, and I hope you'll be very happy, Mrs.
Well, go on.
Daddy, what do I call your wife?
I don't know. I hadn't thought. You're too young to call her Florence, and stepmother's awkward. I suppose you just call her Mother if she doesn't mind.
I won't call her Mother. I couldn't.
Suzette.
She's not my mother, and she doesn't belong here. And she can't take my mother's place with me, even if you did marry her.
Suzette, perhaps you'd better go to your room. Karen, I'm sorry.
If I could only have put my arms around her. Just once.
It was a bad beginning, and the weeks that followed were worse. It was my fault. I didn't try to deny that to myself. I had told Suzette her mother was dead. I had taught her to love her memory so much. I'd spun a whole web of lies, and now we were hopelessly caught in it. These were unhappy days for all of us. Suzette was defiant. Karen was withdrawn and quiet. There was no laughter in our home. Until that day, Suzette and I had just returned from a walk, and as we entered the house...
Daddy, who's that?
I have no idea. Let's go in and see.
Well, there you are, Suzette.
Michael, you remember Mr. Targell?
Oh, of course.
Oh, hi, Doctor. I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop in. And who is this, a little girl? More a young lady, I should say.
This is Suzette, Mr. Targell.
Well, you have a real beauty there. Young lady, since I have my sketch pad handy, and with your kind permission, if you'll just hold still for a moment. Not too still. That's right. You can look at me. Now, this job really needs a Gainsborough, but then I'm not going to make you beautiful. I'm going to make you funny. Because when you've seen as many things as I have, you'll know that life is funny. And people even funnier. There you are with the compliments of your humble servant.
Daddy, do I really look like this?
Well, I'm afraid it's a remarkable likeness.
Well, mademoiselle, you must understand what a caricature is.
I know what a caricature is.
Do you? Very few people do. Kapralik calls it the passport of the soul.
Mr. Targell, would you do one of Daddy's?
Darling, we shouldn't impose on our guests.
That's right. And besides, I was going to ask Mr. Targell if he'd excuse us for a moment. Michael, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Of course.
But, Daddy, couldn't you wait for just a minute?
Oh, no need of that. I'll draw him from memory. In fact, I think I'll do more than that. I'll draw him as you see him, mademoiselle. So go ahead, Florence. Take him along. Don't need him at all.
Michael.
Oh, yes, I'm coming.
I just wanted you to know I didn't ask him here. I didn't know he was coming.
Quite all right. We can't lock you away from your friends.
And Suzette seems to like him.
Yes, he's amusing.
When she laughed, it's the first time she's laughed since I came.
Karen, I'm sorry. I know it hasn't gone the way I hoped. I know you haven't been happy.
I've heard her laugh. That's the sort of happiness.
Let's go back.
Daddy, look at the drawing Mr. Targell's made of you. It's you, Daddy, just the way I see you. And he wasn't even looking at you.
Well, you see, he's very talented.
Daddy, I've asked him to stay to dinner. Do you mind? I like him so much.
And he's lucky as well as talented. Mr. Targell, will you stay?
Naturally. I never refuse an invitation to dinner. An excellent dinner, Doctor. My compliments, Florence.
Thank you.
We're happy you could stay.
And you, Suzette? Are you happy I stayed? You've been so very quiet all evening.
I've been thinking.
Yes.
Mr. Targell, you can draw people just like other people see them, without seeing them yourself, can't you?
That's what I claim. Sometimes people disagree.
Well, would you... I mean, if Daddy tells you what my mother was like, will you draw her that way?
Suzette, Mr. Targell is tired.
I don't mind. Just go ahead and talk. I'll sketch.
Tell him, Daddy, the way you used to tell me. My mother was very beautiful, wasn't she? Wasn't she?
Yes. Very beautiful.
And there wasn't another woman in the world like her. You told me that 1,000 times.
Yes, I did.
Her hair came down like this, the way I'm wearing mine, didn't it, Daddy?
Yes. But it was lighter.
And softer. Very soft. She always wore a flower in her hair, in the spring and summer.
That's a nice touch.
Her eyes were blue, and she smiled whenever she looked at me. As if I were extra special. Daddy, you told me everything about her, didn't you?
Yes. Everything I could remember.
Did he tell you about Paris in the spring and chestnuts in blossom? Daddy! You told her, too! You told her about Mother!
Young lady, if you want me to finish this drawing...
I don't want it. It's spoiled. She spoiled it for me. The way she spoiled everything. Everything!
I'm sorry. I'll go up to her.
No, I think I'll go, Michael.
But, Karen, before you do, there's something I want to tell you now. You must let me say it now.
Please, we're not alone.
Doesn't matter. He knows all the rest. Karen, when I found out how wrong I'd been, that you'd been going to that man to give him music lessons, when I learned he was blind, Karen, I was frantic. I tried to find you. I searched everywhere. You must believe me.
I do, Michael. And it helps a little. Now I'll go up to Suzette. Suzette, what are you doing in my room? Who asked you to come up? Suzette, why are you packing your things? I'm going away. I'm going to leave this house and I'm never coming back. I don't think there's any need for that. You see, I'm going away. You are? Yes, tonight. I just came up to ask you something. Would you mind if I put my arms around you just once? You see, I used to have a little girl of my own a long, long time ago. Then I lost her. That's why you mustn't blame me for having wanted you to love me, just as I'd have wanted her to love me. Now I'm going away. You'll have your father all to yourself again. And the memory of your mother. I thought that maybe, just for goodbye, you'd let me hold you. Like this. Very close. Darling. Bye.
Daddy,
Yes, Susan.
has Florence left yet?
No, she's packing her things. Cargill is going to drive her back east with him. What do you ask? What do you ask?
Daddy, it was so strange. She kneeled down and put her arms around me. And I don't know, Daddy. There was something. I couldn't understand it at all.
You will someday.
Well, I guess we're all ready to roll. Oh, young lady. You decided to come back again?
Mr. Targell, I'm sorry for the way I acted. Could I still have my mother's picture?
Lucky thing, I still have it on my pad. There you are.
Thank you. I'll always...
Daddy,
Yes, Suzette.
Daddy, this picture, it looks just like...
I'm ready, Joseph. Shall we get started?
Florence,
Goodbye,
wait.
Susan.
Please, I want to talk
Goodbye,
to you.
Michael.
No, you can't go, not now, please.
Joseph, I'm ready.
Don't go, Mother. Mother. Suzette.
My baby.
Mr. Targell, I'm afraid you'll have to make another drawing of Karen.
Another one? Why?
I think I'd like this expression better.
Thank you, Joseph Carton, Sue England, and Merle Oberon for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight. We are indeed grateful for your fine performances.
We're glad to be here, Mr. Bradley. We look forward to our appearances with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players because we know that the benefits from these programs go to support the Motion Picture Relief Fund and the wonderful work being done at the Country House. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Oberon. Ladies, it used to take months to travel from New York to California, and women used to spend an hour or more daily caring for their skin. But today, science has found a way to make your skin look fresher and younger, and you spend only 5 or 10 minutes a day. Here's how you do it. At least once a day, smooth on Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream and wipe it off. Then immediately repeat this treatment. A second time, smooth on the cream and wipe it off. You can use Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream as often as you want. But at least once daily, use this double application to get at that stubborn, clinging, oily film which clouds your skin. Then see what happens. I know what happens, because so many women tell me how wonderfully this helps keep their skin softer and smoother, with a clearer, fresher, younger look. And you need the help of no other cream to do this. Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream alone does all 4 things your skin needs most for beauty. If you will use Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream in the way I suggest to combat that clinging, clouding, oily film, I promise friends will stop you and say, "You're looking so well, so refreshed. Have you been away on a holiday?"
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present Snow White. It will star Mary Jane Smith, Charles Kemper, and Edgar Bergen with Charlie McCarthy and Mortimer Snerd. Be sure to listen, will you? This Love of Ours was produced and directed for Lady Esther by Bill Lawrence and was adapted by Harry Cronman. It was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Studios, now releasing Skirball Manning's production, The Magnificent Doll. Merle Oberon will soon be seen starring in Temptation, an international picture. Joseph Cotton will soon be seen as one of the stars in David O. Selznick's Technicolor production, Buell in the Sun. Sue England is soon to be seen in the Eagle Lion production, The Devil Drives. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide shortwave and network facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you, and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Merle Oberon and Cameron Mitchell in Wuthering Heights. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gents. Tonight not only begins the 21st year of the Lux Radio Theater on the air, but we will present the first of our 20 great motion pictures of the past 20 years. Our opening masterpiece is Mr. Samuel Goldwyn's tempestuous drama, Wuthering Heights, one of the world's great love stories. And as our stars, we have beautiful and talented Merle Oberon, recreating her original role, and one of the fastest rising young stars in Hollywood, Cameron Mitchell. Following our play, we will pay tribute to our special guest, Mr. Samuel Goldwyn, who will tell us about his latest production, Guys and Dolls. Now, Act One of Wuthering Heights, starring Merle Oberon as Kathy and Cameron Mitchell as Heathcliff. Desolate and lonely are the rolling moorlands of England, where in the winter night the snowdrifts loom like giant specters in the teeth of screaming gales. About 100 years ago, a stranger lost his way on such a night. Freezing, blinded, and stumbling, he saw at last the fitful lights of an old manor house, aged and crumbling on the hillside. He knocked desperately at the door. It was opened by a doddering old butler, who stood staring at him. Then, without a word, he led the stranger into the musty living room, where in the dim candlelight, a man and two women sat without moving. The man was tall and dark-skinned, like a gypsy. On his face, the stamp of years of bitter suffering. At last, the man turned and spoke. Who are you? What do you want?
My name's Lockwood. I lost my way on the moors.
Strangers have no business on the moors at this time of year, and no business here at any time.
But I couldn't find a village. A man could die out there on a night like this. I'm afraid I'll have to stay until morning.
Do as you please.
Beg your pardon?
I don't keep accommodation.
You can't. He's our guest.
Oh. Then suppose you attend to his comfort.
Helen, show the gentleman to the guest room, please. The guest room, mistress? Yes, there's no other place. Why, yes, mistress. This way, huh? Now, you hold the lamp so while I unlock the door.
Of course.
Mind you don't stumble on the carpet.
You call this the, guest chamber?
It was once.
It's a trifle depressing. May I light a fire?
No fire will burn in that grate, sir. The chimney's been clogged for years.
Must have been a fine old house then. What's it called?
This is Wuthering Heights, sir.
And the tall chap downstairs with the piercing eyes.
That is the Master Heathcliff, sir.
And the once lovely lady who looks at him with fear?
That's his wife, Mistress Isabella. Well, good night, sir. If you want anything, there's the bell rope. My name's Ellen.
Well, thank you, Ellen. Good night.
The window, the cat's broken the window.
Well, stand that. I'll kill it. I heard a voice. Good heavens.
What is it, sir?
Well, didn't you hear that voice? A woman shouting she's lost on the moor.
What's going on?
A voice out there, a woman crying that she's lost.
She's come. She's come, baby. Oh, Kathy. Kathy, wait for me. Wait for me.
Well, he's not going out there in that storm.
I'm coming. I'm coming, Kathy.
Oh, but this is insane. Come back.
Kathy! Kathy!
Close the window.
Yes, but that man out there.
Close the window.
Am I mad? Why did he go out there? What was that voice?
You heard him call her name. It was Kathy.
Kathy? Who is she?
Kathy was a girl who died.
Oh, but I don't believe in ghosts, if that's what you mean. I don't believe in phantoms sobbing in the night.
You don't believe? Perhaps if I told you her story, you'd change your mind. About the dead returning.
Tell me her story.
It all began the day I came to Wuthering Heights as a servant. That was 16 years ago. It was a sweet, well-kept estate then. Mr. Earnshaw was master, a fine man who dearly loved his two children, Kathy and Henry. One day Mr. Earnshaw returned from Liverpool with a fine boy he had picked up. A dark, savage-looking gypsy lad with the most dreadful marks of beatings on his back. Mr. Earnshaw called for me the moment he arrived.
Give him a good scrubbing, Ellen, and put some of Hindley's clothes on him.
Yes, sir. Come with me, lad. Don't touch me. Let me alone. Goodness.
Now, son. Ellen won't hurt you. You're safe here. No one will ever meet you again, and you'll always have plenty to eat.
Papa's house! Get out of my way. Hello, Father.
Well, Hindley, Kathy?
Papa? Who's that boy? Yes, who is he, Father?
Children, this little guest will pay us a visit for a time, as long as he wants a home here.
He's dirty. Look at him.
Kathy, don't make me ashamed of you. Hindley, he will sleep in your room.
In my room? I won't let him. He's a dirty gypsy.
That will do, Hindley. Take charge of the lad, Ellen.
And what will his name be, Mr. Earnshaw?
His name? I think we shall call him Heathcliff.
Yes, sir. Come, Heathcliff. That dark, brooding boy who never before had known kindness brought a subtle change to life at Wuthering Heights. The three children seemed to play well enough together, going scamping off over the moor on their ponies and climbing the crags together. But neither Kathy nor Hindley were open friends anymore. And one day the children fought openly.
Your father gave me this pony. It's mine. Give me that pony, do you hear? Or I'll tell Father you boasted you'd turn us off when he died. That's a lie. I never said it. Of course you didn't. He did. He'll cheat us out of everything. You never had a father, you gypsy beggar, and you'll never get mine.
Hindley, don't hit him. No, don't. He's put without he ever stone.
Oh, there. Fancy that'll teach you.
Hindley, he's bleeding.
Serves him right. Gypsy scum.
Heathcliff, are you hurt?
He hit me with that stone.
Heathcliff, why don't you ever cry when you're hurt? Like other people.
Why should I cry? I'll pay him back someday. I don't care how long I wait if I can only pay him back.
Heathcliff, don't say those things. Come, Heathcliff. Now Hindley's gone, we can have our game at the castle again.
I don't feel like playing at the castle.
Please. You always smile and laugh when we're there. Come on, Heathcliff. Don't frown so, Heathcliff. Just sit beside me. This is our castle.
Castle. It's this Penistone Crag, and you know it.
This is your castle, and you're Prince in disguise. Tell me about it again. Well, it's all true. Cross my heart. Your father was Emperor of China, and your mother Queen of India. You were kidnapped by wicked sailors and brought to England. Don't make fun of me, Kathy. I'm not making fun of you. You're really and truly Prince, and I'm your slave. No, you're my queen, Kathy, and you'll always be my queen. You hear? Yes, Heathcliff, your queen.
And that's the way they grew up, wild and free, roaming the moors together. But Hindley grew more and more jealous. Kathy was 18 and Hindley past 21 when Mr. Earnshaw died. Good man. He never saw the evil of life, and he raised Heathcliff like his own son. But on the very day of his funeral...
You're not going into that room to look at my father's body? Why? He loves me more than you. He's past your wheedling now. I'm master of Wuthering Heights. If you want to stay here, we've need for a stable boy. A stable boy? That or get out.
And that's what he became. Heathcliff, who had lived under this roof as one of the family, was a stable boy.
Well, give me a hand up to my saddle. Very well. Sir, you gypsy beggar. How many times must I tell you? That's better. By the time I come back in the morning, I want these stables scrubbed. Scrubbed, you understand? If you're not, I'll thrash you till my arm drops.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff.
Yes, Kathy.
Oh, Heathcliff, I heard him. How much longer are you going to stand this?
I don't know what you mean.
Look at you. Dirty and unkempt and in rags. Why aren't you a man? Why don't you run away?
Run away? From you?
You could come back rich and take me away. Why aren't you a prince like we said long ago? Why can't you rescue me, Heathcliff?
Kathy, come away with me now.
Now? Where?
Anywhere.
You mean leave as we are? Live in haystacks? Steal our food? Oh, no, Heathcliff. That isn't what I want.
So you just want me to go off alone? Oh, no, Kathy, no. That I won't do. I've stayed here since your father's death. I've been beaten and cursed like a dog, abused and driven mad. Just so I could be near you. And like a dog, I'll stay to the end.
Yet Heathcliff did run. Your guilt was too much even for his great love, and he disappeared. Kathy found the new world in her first introduction at Lincoln Manor with Edgar Lincoln and his sister Isabella, both Kathy's age. Music and laughter were there, and it was escape from Wuthering Heights. Edgar Lincoln fell madly in love with Kathy. They were constantly together. Then one evening, Edgar brought Kathy home in a pony cart. As quickly as I could, I tried to warn her.
My hand down from the cart, Miss Kathy.
Thank you, Edgar. Oh, Ellen, we have the most marvelous time. Kathy, come here. Excuse me, Edgar. Something wrong, Ellen?
Heathcliff's back.
Heathcliff? When did he come back?
Last night. He talked so strange. Here he is now.
Hello, Kathy.
Heathcliff. You said you'd stay away until...
Why were you gone so long?
I didn't expect to find you here.
Why were you gone so long?
Why? Because I've met the Lintons and stayed at their house. Because I've learned to dance. And because I've had a wonderful, delightful, fascinating time.
Are you the stable boy? Would you mind putting my horse up for an hour?
Yes, and you might wash your hands and comb your hair, Heathcliff. So I needn't be ashamed of you before a guest. And look after Mr. Linton's horse.
Let him look after his own horse. Pleasant fellow. How can your brother allow such a beast of a gypsy stable boy to act like this?
Beast of a gypsy stable boy?
Well, of course, a roadside beggar giving himself airs of equality.
What do you know about Heathcliff?
Judging from this performance, all I need to know...
He was my friend long before you.
That blackguard?
Blackguard and all, he belongs under our roof, and you speak well of him or get out.
See, are you out of your senses?
Get out, I said, or stop calling those I love names.
Those you love? That stable boy?
Yes.
Kelly, do you realize what you're saying?
I'm saying I hate you. I hate the look of your milk-white face. I hate the touch of your soft, foolish hands.
Some of that gypsy's evil soul has gotten into you, I think.
Yes.
Some of that beggar's dirt is on you.
Yes. Now get up. Get up.
Teddy! Teddy, please! Come back!
Miss Kathy. Helen, where is he? Where's Heathcliff? He's gone across the moors toward Penistone Crag.
Heathcliff! Heathcliff!
Oh, Heathcliff. Please forgive me.
It was not your heart which broke, Kathy.
No, my Heathcliff, because my heart is yours.
The clouds are lowering over Billington Head.
Yes. See how the light is changing.
Kathy, you are such a part of all this.
We belong to the moors, you and I. Oh, Heathcliff, make the world stop right here. Make everything stop and stand still and never move again. Make the moors never change, and you and I never change.
The moors and I will never change. Don't you, Kathy?
No matter what I ever say or do, this is I, forever. Smell the heather, Heathcliff. Fill my arms with heather, all they can hold.
You're not thinking of that other world now.
Don't talk, Heathcliff. Don't talk. All this might disappear.
Hurry, please. My hair's not nearly fixed yet. Supposing you're not ready when your Mr. Linton gets here. Any young man will come sniveling back after the way you treated him. But I sent my apologies to him, didn't I? Of course he'll come. Oh, Kathy, I can't believe this change in you. Just yesterday it seemed you were a stupid, harum-scarum child with dirty hands and a willful heart. That's my other nature, Ellen. I still have it. It used to fly around wild, but now I can coax it into a cage whenever I want to. Heathcliff, since when are you in the habit of entering my room?
Get out, Helen.
I will not. I take orders from
Get out.
Well, now that we're so happily alone, may I know to what I owe this great honor?
He's coming here again.
Who?
That stupid fop, Linton.
You're unbearable. Utterly unbearable.
Why are you dressed in silk?
Because gentle folk dress for dinner.
Why are you trying to win his puling flattery?
I'm not a child anymore. You can't talk to me that way.
I'm not talking to a child. I'm talking to Kathy. My Kathy.
Oh, I'm your Kathy.
Yes, you are.
And I'm to take orders from you, a dirty stable boy.
Kathy, where's your heart?
You had your chance to be something else. You left here once. Why didn't you stay away? Now let me alone.
That's right. That's right. The dirty stable boy can't come near you lest he soil your dress. But who soils your heart, Kathy? Who turns you into a cheap, vain, ambitious fool? Linton does. You let yourself be loved by him because it pleases your stupid, greedy vanity.
Stop it. Thief or beggar is all you were born to be. Kneeling beside the road, begging for favors. Not earning them, but whimpering for them with your dirty hands.
No. All I am to you now is a pair of dirty hands. Well, have them then. Have them where they belong. No, Kathy. It doesn't help to strike you.
Well, Heathcliff, I'll thank you to stay out of my kitchen.
Is Kathy still with him?
Yes, she is. What's the matter with you? What are you staring at?
Oh, Ellen. Ellen, I want to crawl to her feet. Beg to be forgiven for loving her. For needing her more than my own life. I don't care, Ellen. I don't care if she loves Linton or whom she loves. If she'll only look at me and say my name.
Oh, Heathcliff. Ellen! She's coming now. Get out.
I'll wait outside the door.
No, you can't.
I want to be where I can see her. Here.
Heathcliff. Ellen, where are you? Oh, there you are. Yes, Miss Kathy. Has Mr. Linton gone? He just left. Oh, Ellen, I've some wonderful news for you. Edgar has asked me to marry him. And what did you say? I'm to give him my answer tomorrow. Kathy, do you love him? Of course. Why? Oh, that's a silly question.
Because he's handsome and pleasant to be with.
Not enough.
Well, then, because he'll be rich someday. And I'll be the finest lady in the county. Oh, Ellen, it would be heaven to escape from here.
What about you?
Heathcliff. He gets worse every day. It would degrade me to marry him. I wish he'd never come back. What is that?
I think nothing. The wind, perhaps. Yes, my darling. If Master Edgar in his beautiful home means heaven to you, you'd better enter that heaven and take your place among the Lincoln angels.
The only thing is, I wonder if I belong in heaven. I dreamed once I was there, and I broke my heart with weeping to come back to earth, to the deep moors. The angels were so angry they flung me back, and I awoke on top of Wuthering Heights, sobbing with joy. So, Ellen, I suppose I've really no more business marrying Edgar Linton than I have of being in heaven. But, Ellen, what can I do?
You're thinking of Heathcliff.
Who else? He seems to take pleasure in being mean and brutal. And yet, he's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. The little happiness he's known, I've known too. If everything else in the world died and only Heathcliff remained, life would still be full for me. Ellen, I am Heathcliff. Who's that? I heard...
Miss Cassie.
Yes, Joseph.
Heathcliff's taken Master Hindley's best horse. He's gone.
Gone? Ellen, did you hear what I said?
Yes, mister.
How much did he hear?
I'm not sure. But I think to where you said it would degrade you to marry him.
No. Heathcliff! Heathcliff! Come back! Come back, Heathcliff!
Stormy winter night a century ago, a traveler Lockwood sat in the musty guest room at Wuthering Heights, listening to the story told him by the old servant, Ellen.
The night that Heathcliff went away, Cather ran far across the moors after him in the bitter cold, calling his name into the wind. Hours later in the morning, Edgar Linton found her, half frozen in her silken party dress. For weeks after she was ill, the Lintons took her to their manor house, and I was glad. Day by day, the strange influence that Heathcliff had had upon Cathy wore off, and she was happy with Edgar.
Why can't you remain here forever, Cathy?
Oh, Edgar, you and your sister, you've been too kind to me already.
If I can make you happy by just being kind, that should be enough for me. After all, what else can I give you?
What else? You've given me a great deal else, Edgar. You've given me your own self, your strength.
My strength?
You'd understand if you really knew what my life was before. It was like the moors, endless and desolate. And I was lost in time, calling for someone in the darkness to save me. I was so frightened, so terribly alone. Then suddenly, you were there. You held out your hand and led me back to a way of living I really never knew before. What you said long ago is true. There was a curse on me, Edgar, that kept me from being myself, or at least from what I wanted to be. It kept me from living in heaven. There, Edgar, do you understand now?
Cathy, my darling, let me take care of you. Love you. Always.
Would you? Would you love me always?
Always, Cathy.
Then let's be married, Edgar. Oh, quickly, quickly.
If the Linton home had seemed heaven to me before, I don't know what to call it after she became a mistress.
The only one who did not feel completely happy was Edgar's sister, Isabella. A year or two after the marriage, the three of them sat in the drawing room, Edgar leading Isabella and Kathy quietly doing the petty point, when the door knocker sounded. When I saw who it was, I went back into the drawing room.
Yes, Ellen?
What's the matter? It's just Kathy. Heathcliff has come back. Tell him I'm not at home, Ellen.
Not at home? Darling, to whom?
It's Heathcliff.
Heathcliff? Uh-huh. Does he seem the same, Ellen?
No, sir. I hardly recognized him in fine clothes. He seemed quite so impressive, Ellen. I said I didn't wish to see him.
Oh, nonsense, Kathy. It's been a long time. Bygones must be bygones.
Yes, let us see some kind of caller.
Show him in, Ellen.
Yes, sir. Edgar, this is a mistake.
Kathy, your hands are trembling.
Are they?
The past is dead, my dear. Don't hesitate to smile and be nice to him, because I'll understand it's my wife who loves me, who smiles.
Thank you, Edgar. You always understand. Mr. Heathcliff.
Come in.
Hello, Kathy.
How are you, Heathcliff? Have you met my sister, Isabella?
Oh, how do you do, Miss Linton?
We are glad to see a guest, sir.
Thank you.
Well, Heathcliff, I must say I've never seen such a complete change in a man. You seem to have prospered.
Yes, I have.
You must have found at least a gold mine.
No. I merely remembered that my father was Emperor of China and my mother a Queen of India.
Staying long in the neighborhood?
I'm staying the rest of my life.
Really?
I have just bought the horses, the cattle, and the moors belonging to the estate known as Wuthering Heights.
No.
You mean Kathy's brother Hindley sold out?
Yes, but he doesn't know it yet. I imagine it will be a shock when Hindley discovers his gambling and liquor debts were paid up for him by his former stable boy.
Heathcliff, you can't have done that.
That's as underhanded a piece of work as ever I heard of. If I'd known Hindley was in such financial straits that his holdings were being stolen by a stranger...
May I remind you, Mr. Edgar Linton, that I am not a stranger. I am merely a neighbor. Now I'll say goodnight.
Wait, Heathcliff.
Well?
I want you to know that we sometimes have friends who come here, Edgar and I. And you're welcome to come too, but not with the old scowl on your face or that old bitterness in your heart.
Thank you, my dear friend Kathy, for the warning. Oh, I just remembered. I forgot to congratulate you on your marriage. May I now express my delight. Good night.
Edgar, I think you behaved abominably.
What?
And you too, Kathy.
What in thunder do you mean?
Well, you could at least have been civil. You dismissed him as if he'd been a servant.
You consider him anything else?
I find he's grown fascinating and distinguished.
Really, Isabella? I hope I misunderstand.
Well, you don't. We see all too few people. And I, for one, shan't be rude. If he ever calls again. Edgar, I greatly dread what the future will bring.
No nonsense, darling. I tell you, the past is dead.
That's all, Joseph. I'll occupy the master bedroom.
Yes, sir.
You'll stay on, of course.
Thank you, sir.
Shall I pack Master Hindley's things? No. Just move them out of the master's bedroom. He'll remain under this roof.
Master Hindley, sir?
Yes. He gave me a roof once when I needed it. Joseph, I take it he's drinking a great deal.
Yes, sir. The Dr. Kenneth has ordered him not to.
Give him all the drink he wants.
Yes, sir. A lady's waiting to see you, sir.
A lady?
From Lincoln Manor, sir.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? In the future, Joseph, announce visitors immediately. Oh, Miss Lincoln.
Are you disappointed, sir?
Not at all.
I was passing by. My horse went in.
I see.
I just want to tell you I'm furious with my brother and Kathy. They received you most shamefully last night.
Your brother didn't send you with this apology.
Oh, no. In fact, he's forbidden me to
speak to me.
Yes?
And Kathy also forbade you?
Yes.
Then, in all the moorland, you're my only friend.
I would like to be.
Thank you. Miss Linton, I enjoy frankness. You didn't come here to apologize. Your horse didn't go lame.
Why?
You came because you're lonely. Because the house you live in is too happily wedded for an outsider. Because it's no joy to ride the moors alone. Is that right?
Yes.
Then, my dear, you needn't be lonely anymore.
Oh.
You think it's strange that I should kiss you?
I don't know.
You hate it?
No.
I see you like frankness, too.
The same strange power that Heathcliff had held over Kathy, he seemed to hold over Isabella, too. Against her brother's wishes, she came often to Wuthering Heights, and she was seen many times with Heathcliff riding across the moors. Then one night, there was a party at Linton Manor. Heathcliff had not been invited, but he came as Isabella's guest. But his looks were all for Kathy. Dark, brooding looks, until the guests grew uncomfortable and left before the evening had well begun. Later that night, Kathy went to Isabella's room. Isabella, may I come in?
If you wish.
Are you getting ready for bed?
Yes. Oh, isn't it a lovely dance tonight?
May I speak to you for a moment? Well? Isabella, you behaved disgracefully tonight.
In what way, may I ask?
It was bad enough asking Heathcliff here without consulting or preparing.
You have forbidden me.
But to throw yourself at him the way you did.
Well, you refused to dance with him. I had to dance every dance as a result.
You vain little fool.
Really, Cassie?
I'm going to open your eyes. Isabella, don't you see he's using you? Don't you see he's using you to be near me, to smile at me behind your back, to try to rouse something in my heart that's dead?
It's you who are vain and foolish, Cassie.
Heathcliff is in love with me.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. He told me so. He's kissed me. Yes, kissed me. Held me in his arms. Told me he loves me. I'm going to your brother.
Yes, go to Edgar.
Tell him Heathcliff has asked me to marry him, and that I have said yes. You hear? Yes. You can't, Isabella. He's not a man. He's something horrible and dark to live with. I know why you say such things. Because you love him. You're mad with jealousy at the thought of my marrying him. Because you want him to pine for you, dream of you, die for you, while you're safe as the lovely Mrs. Edgar Linton. You want to hurt him, destroy him. But I want to make him happy. And I will. I will.
Sit down, Kathy. I won't say I'm not surprised to see you. Does Edgar know? He wouldn't approve.
Heathcliff, is it true?
Is what true?
Did you ask Isabella to marry you? Did you? Heathcliff, you mustn't do this for Lena's sake. She's never harmed you.
No, Kathy. But you have harmed me.
Then punish me.
That's what I intend to do.
How?
Every moment I hold her in my arms, when I kiss her, when I promise her life and happiness, you'll be punished.
Marry her to do that?
Yes. To teach you the ways of pain and the awful hell I'm in.
Heathcliff, if there's anything human left in you, don't make me a partner to this crime.
Kathy, if your heart were only stronger than your dull care for the world and its conventions, I'd live silent, content in your shadow, begging for an occasional word or thought, as I used to do. But no, Kathy, no. You had to destroy me with that weakness you call virtue. You had to keep me tormented with that cruelty you think so pious.
How have I been cruel?
You wished to be known as the finest lady in the county. You wanted your luxury and your light. At the same time, you wanted to keep me, your despairing lover.
Heathcliff, that's not true.
Now that I am returned, had you given me the smile of love, I might have been content. Well, now, Kathy, you needn't think of me as your despairing and foolish lover. You can think of me as Isabella's husband and be glad for my happiness as I am for yours.
crumbling house on Wuthering Heights 100 years ago, the candle burns low in the dreary guest room. There is no sound but the wind outside and the hushed voice of the old maid servant as she tells her story.
It was then that Isabella Linton came into this house as a bride. Yes, Heathcliff married her out of revenge, the same revenge that made him keep Henry here, slowly drinking himself into the grave. Isabella learned the reason for her marriage to Heathcliff, but she was powerless to do anything. Then one day Dr. Kenneth, an old friend, came to see her. He had come that morning from Linton Manor.
I tell you, Isabella, go back where you belong, to Edgar's house.
Edgar disowned me, Dr. Kenneth.
I know, but he needs you now. Kathy is gravely ill.
Really?
Didn't you know? But it's a matter of days now, perhaps hours.
She can't be dying.
Yes. Fever, inflammation of the lungs. This intense cold and something else.
Something else?
Yes. I'd call it the will to die.
If Kathy dies, I might begin to live.
Isabella,
Begin to live.
In this house with Heathcliff, nothing can live. No, Henry. Nothing but hate. So you think you begin to live when Kathy dies. You won't.
Oh, Henry, what is it? This house, I can feel the hate within it like a crushing weight.
Of course you can. And you. He hates you even more than he hates me.
Stop it.
He loathes you. Every time you kiss him, his heart breaks with rage that it's not Kathy. Isabella, why don't you do what I've been too weak to do? Kill him.
Don't talk to me. Get away.
Kill him, while there's still time to save your immortal soul.
Well, Henry, remarkable. Really, Henry, that's the first coherent speech I've heard from you in weeks.
Please, Dad. I tried to stop him.
Thank you, my dear wife. Your loyalty is touching.
Your curses will come home to feed on your own heart. Every agony you've ever given will return. Laugh now, Heathcliff. There's no laughter in hell.
Heathcliff, why do you have me here?
My dear, existence would be so much less without my boyhood friend under my roof.
Heathcliff, you poison yourself with paying him back. Send him away and love will come to this house. Kiss me, Heathcliff. Tell me you love me. Tell me, darling.
Why isn't there the smell of heather in your hair?
Let me come near you, please. I can make you happy, my darling. Let me, please. You'll never regret letting me try. I'll bring life to you. Life and sunshine and freshness. Put your arms around me. Look into my eyes.
Your eyes are empty, like Linton's.
They aren't empty. You look deeper. Look at me. I'm pretty. I'm a woman. Let your heart sing. Just once.
Oh, no, you... God, why did you give me life? What is it but hunger and hate?
Mistress Isabella.
What you want here, Helen?
I've come from Linton Manor to speak to Mistress Isabella.
Then you'll do so in front of me.
Her brother is asking that she come home for a visit.
Oh, so he's lost some of his pride, has he? Well, there's none gone in this house.
Please, Mistress Isabella. He needs you.
Needs her? What is this, Ellen? Why does he need her?
Let go of me.
Kathy's ill.
Yes.
She's dying. Kathy's dying.
Yes. She's dying. You're not going to
Yes, sir. Saddle my horse.
No. She belongs to Edgar.
She belongs to me.
If she's dying, let her die in his arms, where she belongs. Let her die. Let her die.
Now, who speaks of hate? Get out of my way.
Edgar, no.
And there was a murmur from the heights, a faraway and wild, heartbroken moan. The wings of Lucifer beat on the night. The soul of Lucifer wept all alone. Shall I read some more, darling?
No, Edgar. Will you open the window, please?
Won't it be too cold?
Please.
Yes, of course, my darling.
Now I can smell the heather. And Edgar, isn't there a south wind? And isn't the snow almost gone?
Yes, quite gone.
Will you get me something?
Anything you wish, my darling.
Some heather. There's a beautiful patch near the castle. Will you get it from there?
What castle, Kathy?
The castle on the moors, of course. Bring me some from there.
You're in a fever, my dear. There's no castle on the moors.
There is. On the little hill beyond Wuthering Heights.
Tennyson Craig?
Yes. Please go now.
Why do you call it a castle?
Because I was a queen there once. Will you bring me the heather, Edgar?
If you rest while I'm gone and sleep.
You're so kind. So good.
My darling.
You made me the finest lady in the county. Such lovely clothes. I've always adored that velvet dress the most. Wasn't it a wonderful dress, Edgar?
Wonderful. When you wore it.
Go now, please. Get me that.
My dear Kathy. I'll be back with the heather you want.
Where is she? Where is Kathy? She's not to be disturbed, sir. Master Eggs has gone for the doctor.
Kathy. Oh, my God. He's there. Come here. I dreamed you'd come before I died. And when you came in my dream, you scowled at me once more.
Oh, Kathy.
Does it hurt so much to see me die?
Please, Kathy. Please don't hurt me.
How strong you look, Mister. How many years do you think you'll live on after me?
Oh, Kathy. You're my life, my soul.
Oh, my darling. Don't let me go. If only I could hold you. If we were both gone.
Oh, please, Kathy, don't speak of death.
You'll be happy when I'm in the earth.
Never.
You say this is the grave of Catherine Earnshaw. I loved her long ago. And wept to lose her. But all that's past.
Oh, darling. I could as soon forget you as my own life. If you die, Kathy, if you die, there will be no peace for me, ever.
I want to die. To escape.
Why did you betray your heart, Kathy? You killed yourself. No, I'll not comfort you. You deserve this.
Don't break my heart.
I never broke your heart, Kathy. You broke it. And my tears, they don't love you, Kathy. They blight and they damn you. You loved me. What right? What right had you to throw away my love for that
That poor fancy thing you felt for him.
I found out.
Misery and death and all evil could have never parted us, Kathy. You did that alone. You wandered off like a greedy child to break your own heart and mine. Oh, Kathy. Oh, my Kathy. I do forgive you. I love you. I love my murderer.
Mister, carry me to the window. Let me look at the moors with you once more. Oh, my darling. Just once more.
Yes, I can see it.
How lovely the sky looks. And over there is our castle. Remember?
I'll never forget.
The castle. I'll be waiting there till you come. I'll be waiting there till you come. They're coming. Master Edward. For heaven's sake, go. And...
You're dead, my Kathy. May your soul hear this before I go. May you not rest so long as I live on. I choose you, Kathy. Then haunt me. Be with me always. Haunt me, only don't leave me where I cannot find you. I cannot live without my life. I cannot live without my soul.
And though that was 20 years ago, I can still hear and see that wild hour with poor Heathcliff holding the dead body of beloved, trying to tear away the veil of life and death, crying out to cast his soul to haunt and torment him until he died.
Then the strange voice that I heard was Kathy, and Heathcliff went to follow her into the storm.
It wasn't Kathy herself, but her love. Kathy's love, stronger than time, stopping for its only baby. Who's there?
It's Dr. Kenneth. Open the door.
Dr. Kenneth. What's the matter?
I was just crossing the moor on my way home.
Did you see Heathcliff?
Yes, I saw him from my carriage. He was wandering through the snow with a woman.
A woman?
Yes, they were walking through the storm with their arms about each other. I started toward them. I was nearly up to them when of a sudden my horse reared and plunged, and then I found him. Alone, lying in the snow. Heathcliff was dead.
Dead? By the castle? By the Penistone Crag?
Yes. However, did you know?
Look down, my Heathcliff. This is really our castle now, and I will always be your queen. Remember, Heathcliff, your father was an emperor of China, and your mother a queen of India. We have our castle now, Heathcliff, and our love, now and forever.
Will return. Mr. Cummings will present his movie preview of the week.
Thank you, Merle Oberon and Cameron Mitchell, for making Wuthering Heights even more memorable by your fine performance. And now may I introduce the great producer of motion pictures, an outstanding artist, gentleman and showman, Mr. Samuel Goldwyn.
Thank you, Irving. I thoroughly enjoyed the show. And Merle, dear, you were just wonderful.
Thank you, Sam.
Listening to you took me back to the time when we did the picture together. Your performance tonight was just as great as it was then. And thank you, Cameron Mitchell, for doing such a fine heat clip. Thank you. Wuthering Heights is still a great love story. The greatest ever told on the screen.
Certainly is. Mr. Goldwyn, why don't you bring back Wuthering Heights? There are so many people who would like to see it.
I expect to.
Do bring it back, Sam. People are always asking me when they can see it again.
And to see beautiful Merle Oberon in a lovely Lux complexion.
It is a Lux complexion, Irving. I was introduced to Lux when I first came here from England, and it's been my favorite toilet soap ever since.
Now that we're on the subject of dolls, when are you going to bring out Guys and Dolls?
Sometime next year. I'm preparing it now and expect to start photographing early next year.
Guys and Dolls is one of the biggest hits on Broadway of the past 2 seasons. The rights to film it must have cost a lot.
I understand you paid over $1 million for the picture rights.
That's right, I did.
No wonder you're so careful with the casting.
You certainly made an excellent choice in casting Marlon Brando as Kai Masterson.
Will Marlon sing and dance?
He will. The first time musical, but Marlon can do anything for my money.
And for mine. I just finished making a picture with him, and he's wonderful. I'm also interested in the girls' role. Don't you have anyone in mind for Miss Adelaide, Sam?
I've made a decision. And I'm sure the public will be delighted at my choice. And for your information, she'll have a lovely Lux complexion.
How about the part of Nathan Detroit?
That will have to remain a secret for a while.
Well, I know the picture will be done as only Sam Goldwyn can do it, in a way that has always set such a high standard for all Hollywood to follow.
Now, thank you, Irving. Now tell me, are you continuing with your high standard next week and presenting another great motion picture?
Yes, Sam. It's one of Warner Brothers' finest pictures of last season. Edna Thurber's great novel, So Big. And as our stars, we will have one of the most accomplished artists in Hollywood, Ida Lupino, co-starring with one of our most handsome leading men, Robert Stack.
That should be a wonderful show. Good night.
Good night.
It certainly will. Good night.
Good night. And thanks for a great opening show. And best of luck to you, Sam, and Guys and Dolls.
Courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, whose current release is the CinemaScope production, The Egyptian, and will soon be seen in Mervyn LeRoy's production, Strange Lady in Town. Heard in our cast tonight were Jeanette Nolan as Ellen, Joan Banks as Isabella, Whitfield Connor as Edgar Linton, Shepard Menken as Hindley, and Barry Curtis, Issa Ashdown, Christopher Cook, Leo Britt, Polly Bear, Ben Wright, Eric Snowden, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees the quality and performance of its products or your money refunded. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Tuesday night to hear So Big, starring Ida Lupino and Robert Stack.